introduce. I'm Bill Johnson. Around here, they just call me Dad. I've been trying to read, but I just can't seem to do it. Thanksgiving Day. We Johnsons had a good Thanksgiving, the best we've ever had. And I can't help thinking that what made it better was a real feeling of thankfulness. And that's odd, too, when you consider the shape things were in when I got home from work yesterday. My kids, Dick and Tommy and Susan, were all home from school. And of course, Mother and the baby were there. His kids will. Mine were living tomorrow right along with today, looking forward to Thanksgiving. And like most men, I'm glad it was Mother instead of me who had to break the news to them.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that, well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
Mom, you don't mean it. It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Pop.
Oh, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. With turkey, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Jack Horner told us that birds are dinosaurs. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Hey there.
The moon does exist.
Anything? You gotta know? Sorry about that. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. I was just saying, Qui Squared and Shardabart Fast, thank you for the follows. Rogan27, thank you for the raid. Ladies and gentlemen and NBs, Joe Rogan himself just raided in. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. No, thank you, Rogan, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to have you here. Happy early Thanksgiving to you, everybody. And I'm glad you could be here. Mini Pie's happy you're here too. You, like, not even on screen for a minute before you show up. And just demanding pets and treats and everything. And all of a sudden, suddenly coming in with 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate that all of a sudden. Thank you for your generosity. 5 gift subs. Help support me, help support Science Outreach on Twitch, and
it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true. Thank you, Jaded Fairy. Really appreciate your ongoing support, and it means a lot to me. Galara Dragon, thank you for gifting Rogan27. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Galara Dragon. And look, we are approaching our sub goal. We'll see if we get it this week. Tomorrow's our last day of streaming. Not quite halfway, but we'll see. We'll see. Rizzle says, Kitty, yeah, this is Mini Pie right here. And she is excited to talk about birds today. Birds, the only living dinosaurs we have left. Dinosaurs didn't go completely extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. A lot of people assume that they did, but birds are living dinosaurs. The only living dinosaurs. So one dinosaur lineage escaped extinction. And, yeah, we call them birds. Anyway, hello, Mini Pie. Let's get you on camera here, shall we? On our special cat cam. Everybody loves the cat cam. Yeah. Jawa says that extinction event gives me hope for the slugs when they take over. I don't know if slugs have ever been dominant creatures. I don't know. I suspect that, I don't know, things like, goodness. Things like rats, crows, animals that do really well in human-built environments, things like cats, might do quite well if we continue to push Earth's climate into oblivion territory, you know? In a Mad Max-style world that we're kind of careening toward at the moment. Well, maybe not cats. Cats do pretty well in the heat, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we won't have to get to that point where we'll have to see. But, yeah. Anywho, good stuff. And Shardabart Fast says, I'm rooting for the giant African land snail if we kick the bucket. They are pretty, they are pretty adaptable animals, you know? They, any place they're introduced, they tend to do pretty well. I remember seeing some outside of the continent of Africa. Like, what in the world is that? I've never seen such a gigantic snail, and it was a giant African land snail. Introduced to, I think it was Southern California? Yeah. It was in a botanical garden, if I remember correctly. But, yeah, anyway. It's good to have you here, everybody. If it's your first time, then let me give you an extra special welcome. I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals, what I talk about with other scientists at scientific conferences like I did a few weeks ago in Minneapolis at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. Some of you were here this past summer when we were streaming our fieldwork in Wyoming and Utah. That was a ton of fun. And looking forward to hopefully doing more of that this coming year. In 2025. We'll see the direction the world's going in. Who knows what'll happen. But, yeah. There we go.
Your very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick.
Oh, I just did this.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
And you hopefully know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That could be the preserved remains of ancient life, from everything from bacteria to fossil whales, from trees to...
Allow myself to introduce myself. Exactly, Jawa. Exactly.
Invertebrates, fossil plankton, fungi, anything. But I work on dinosaurs, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And that's what we're doing here. Normally,
thank you for the hype
during
train,
the rest of the
everybody.
year, when I'm not
Appreciate
out in
that.
the field, I'm streaming from my office.
Yeah, like we're doing right now.
The latest fossil news, going over new scientific
We'll
publications.
be doing that today as well.
Doing other paleontologists remotely, doing art and illustrations and 3D modeling and 3D printing. But it's summertime, of course, so I'm out here, out in the desert, digging up dinosaurs, and I'm lucky enough to be able to bring you along for the ride. So I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, let's scoot into where we're actually doing some digging. There's Jim right there.
Talk to the guy.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's got a skeleton. I don't care, And he talked to a commercial guy. And the commercial guy described to him, well, this is how you collect it. But the guy put plastic.
Anyway, that's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland right there.
Yeah.
Anywho, it was a lot of fun. I'll give you a link to this that'll take you to the YouTube page, and you can tune into those. But yeah, Papa Jim, yes indeed, Ms. Yvette. Yes indeed. Arley, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you too. Good to see everybody. Holy cow. Let's run through chat real quick. I've already lost the top of chat, but I presume that Matt M33 and Kodali were first today, as usual. I bet you. But Joshua Colossus, Rogan with the raid, Haraz, Lenina, Prince Nanerda, Mayor of Space, Galara Dragon, Jody Fish, Dr. Irrefutable, Murph, and Castaboros. How are you doing, Castaboros? I haven't seen that name here before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Glad you could be here. Let's see. We've got Arnie066, Bit Shifted, Niffler, Crazy Nut DK, and Mini Pie. Hello. Oh. Let's get her some treats in a minute. Everybody, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. We're going to be talking about some new bits of fossil news today. It's a new publication on the biomechanics of birds, looking at how their hind limbs work and what that can tell us about their evolution from dinosaurs. That is pretty exciting. It hasn't even really made the news yet. No press releases I've been able to find, just the paper and some write-ups from the authors on social media, so we'll take a look at that. And we'll be talking about the transition from dinosaurs into birds, and why it's important as a lead-up to Thanksgiving Day next week, where not everybody, I don't do it, but a lot of people dissect a theropod dinosaur carcass, a turkey. People call it Turkey Day, so that's kind of our overarching theme for much of the month of November. So we're going to be talking about that. Yeah. Pre-breakfast banana, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope things have been good. Welcome. Nice to see you all the time in Wild Earth's chat. When Wild Earth was still here on Twitch. I miss those days. Anyway, Mini Pie, would you like some treats? Is that why you're here? I think so. Here, let's make that happen, huh? Oh, yeah. There's the good stuff. Ooh. There we go. Look at all those. What a smorgasbord. Yeah, it's good to have everybody here. Terminator Pig, how are you doing? Hello. And Terminator Pig says dinosaur legs versus bird legs look very different to me. Well, shoot, I'll show you. There's some remarkable similarities that no other two groups of animals share. Oh, and Jody Fish, thank you for reposting that question from Arnie066. If I understand correctly, species can be distinguished zoologically or paleontologically. This is where the idea that birds are dinosaurs comes from, but does that mean that we as humans are mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and fish at the same time? Yes, except for the reptiles part. The mammalian line has never been... It doesn't come from reptiles. That whole mammal-like reptile thing, a misnomer. But for the rest of it, yes. The answer is yes. So, let's see. There we go. I really ought to just, like, buy an image of this, support the artist there, figure out how to do that later. But, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? Dinosaurs are everything that descend from this ancestor right here. This is how we classify living things as scientists. It's based on their ancestry. So mammals, this branch right here, the branch that includes us, never came from reptiles. As soon as the amniotes evolved from amphibians, they immediately split into the sauropsids, aka reptiles, and the synapsids, aka mammals. So mammals have never been reptiles. I hope that makes sense. But I'll show you on this tree of life here. We as human beings, Homo sapiens, I'll find us on the tree. We are descended from, well, I'll walk it back with you. We'll take a look. There's us right there, humans. So we are part of this group, Hominidae. The other, only two living, or, no, hang on, this is Homininae, rather, or is it? I forget. I'm not a paleoanthropologist. I work on dinosaurs. But anyway, we're part of Homininae right here, the African apes. A little bit further out, we're part of the great apes, Hominidae. Part of the apes. Part of the catarrhine primates. The simiform catarrhine primates. Haplorhine primates. Euarchontan mammals. And then Euarchontoglires, and we can keep going out and out and out until we just get to mammals right there. And then beyond that, we get to amniotes. So amniotes are all of the creatures that ancestrally laid hard-shelled eggs on land. So it's all of the tetrapods that exclude the amphibians. You go out further, you get to tetrapods, that includes amphibians too. And then we get to lungfishes and tetrapods, and then lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. We are part of this group, along with all of these other creatures. We're part of Sarcopterygiae, the Sarcopterygian fishes. All of these creatures evolved from a lobe-finned fishy ancestor, a Sarcopterygian fish. Something that would look a lot like this. Probably seen images like this before. This is an illustration of Tiktaalik, which is an early fishapod. It's like a fish. And it's also becoming a tetrapod. Tetrapods arose from a critter a lot like this. So it's kind of in between a fish and a tetrapod. We call it a fishapod. Tiktaalik. Anyway, it was critters like this that gave rise to all of the land-living vertebrate animals. Pretty cool to think about. So yeah, we are fish. We're also, further back than that, we are chordates, we are vertebrate animals. And we're animals, and then we're eukaryotes, because our cells have a nucleus. And, you can keep going further and further back until you get to the origins of all life on Earth. Way out here. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you this. Here's the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods down here. So this is the group that includes all of the mammals, including us, and all the reptiles, and all of the amphibians. We can zoom out from there, get to all life. Yeah. So yeah, Arnie says, thank you very much, chat and Danny, for answering. You bet, Arnie. That's what I'm here for. Thanks for starting the stream off right with a good question. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Pre-breakfast banana says, so if we go back in time, we should eat dinosaurs so we don't kill our ancestors? Have you ever read the short story A Sound of Thunder, Pre-breakfast banana? You might like it. By Ray Bradbury. Oh, there was like a dramatization of this? Well. Well. This is great. Oh, we're gonna have to watch this sometime.
Where do you get your ideas? Well, right here. All this is mine. I'll
It's
never
Ray Bradbury.
stop here. I'm Ray Bradbury. And this is...
Yeah.
Dinosaurs, large and small, fill my junkyard workroom. This one given to me by a friend 30 years ago. These given as toys to my daughters. And when they didn't play with them, I simply took them back.
Oh yeah,
So
that's how you do it.
coming into my life, I often wondered what would happen if I could go back into theirs. Dinosaurs, time machines. Put them together, and you have a tale 1 billion years old.
Well, dinosaurs are not 1 billion years old, but yeah. More like 240 million. For being generous. Anyway, so,
Douglas Keith swept to his landslide victory, conceded by Kurt Deutscher just after West Coast Motors had left the polling stations. The new president said that he rejoiced in the people's massive affirmation of their belief in democracy and a caring society. Humanity had the victory.
oh no. We're living in the in the bad version of this timeline.
The perfect base for a time safari tiger hunt. A sultry plunge into the
So, this guy says...
I love that it's like kind of charmingly low budget. This is wonderful.
becomes president. I want to run. 1492. No, I said. We don't conduct escapes. Well, lucky. Deutsche would mean the worst kind of dictatorship. Booking cards, sir.
Yes. And my check.
Not yet.
Does the safari guarantee I come back alive?
We guarantee nothing. Except the dinosaurs. Those are real photos of real animals. Taken yesterday. Or 60 million years ago, as you wish.
My Tyrannosaurus Rex. The biggest damn carnivore in history.
Anywho, I'll give you a link. You can watch the rest of, or you can read the original, which is delightful. A little dark, but PDF. There we go. You can get it from Stony Brook University here for free. Excellent. There you go. Yeah, the folly of trying to travel back in time to hunt creatures in Earth's distant past. Oh boy, it doesn't go well. It doesn't go well. They made a terrible movie out of this, too. I'm sure that short film that I shared with you from Ray Bradbury Theater is going to be a lot better. But, does anybody remember this? It was a major box office flop. Should only travel sideways in time. Well, travel forward in time, but at the rate of 1 second per second, my airspace. That's what I recommend here. That's our official stance on paleontologizing. Time travel is only permittable if you travel 1 second per second. You know, you won't get yourself into any trouble.
We're taking you back 65 million years to hunt the greatest predator the world has ever seen. Today, on this hunt, someone will die. The prey or the hunters. There is no middle ground.
Remember, whatever happens, do not step off of the path.
It's not a Tyrannosaurus. It's like an Allosaurus.
The whole of time has been turned upside down.
Yeah.
It has to be connected to our last jump. We must have changed something.
And what did you change?
We don't know. Somebody stepped off the path.
The changes in evolution that you affected come in ripples like...
Oh, Ben Kingsley was in this?
We'll start with climate, then vegetation, the early manifestations of life. What was that? Then come the more complex organisms.
You have to. Have to what? Set things right.
Anyway, they go off in almost like a Jumanji type direction with this adaptation of the short story. It really kind of goes off the rails, and it was panned, critically panned. But yeah, what's the title? The title is A Sound of Thunder, Special Agent Bob. Yeah. Again, if you want to read the original, there's a link right there. PDF. It's probably like a, I don't know, 40-minute read, something like that. Yeah. But here, I made a video about another short story of Ray Bradbury's a while ago, but I wanted to show you these clips from the beginning that I think are really charming. And, of course, it goes back to dinosaurs.
Remember this. Love is at the center of your life. The things that you do should be things that you love. And things that you love should be things that you do.
Good advice.
When I was 6, I saw a film on dinosaurs, and dinosaurs filled my life. And by the age of 6, I began to read about dinosaurs. And they affected my whole life and wound up with me getting the work on Moby Dick when I was 33 years old, because I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 6.
That might seem like a non sequitur, from dinosaurs to working on, was it John Huston's film, Moby Dick in 1954? But there's a direct through line there.
This is a story about love and dinosaurs.
I made this video a long time ago.
Combined back in the 1950s. In a small way, they changed our culture forever. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and I'd like to share with you perhaps the...
I like how the closed captioning treats my name. I'm Danny Anduza.
Perhaps the most important little science fiction piece you've never heard of. It's called The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you why it matters to somebody who studies fossils. And I'd like to read it to you.
This is before I learned how to do lighting, too. Yeah. It's a little interesting. This is so much fun to make. Oh, man.
First published in the Saturday Evening Post in 1951 under the title The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Sound like I have a stuffy
Ray
nose.
Bradbury's short story had an outsized impact, not just on his career, but on popular culture the world over.
There you go, Claire, yeah.
The story was a hit, and Hollywood took notice. At the time, there happened to be a small independent film about a sea monster, which was already in the works. And when the producers read Bradbury's piece, they bought the rights, adopted the title, and added details from the story.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man
good stuff.
and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast. The beast.
The what?
The beast.
I'm sorry.
The beast
Again?
from 20,000 fathoms.
This film adaptation mostly ignored the story's main themes, focusing on giant monster sensationalism, but it was a hit nonetheless.
Good stuff. Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. It's better than you'd think it would be.
Success actually kickstarted the craze for giant movie monsters, which were a staple of 1950s cinema. Variously terrifying or amusing audiences in theaters and drive-ins across post-war America. Upon its release in Japan, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms directly led to the beginning of the Godzilla franchise.
Yep.
In fact, legend has it, the original 1954 film was planned under the working title of The Giant Monster from 20,000 Miles Beneath the Sea. If you're a fan of Godzilla, you ought to recognize what you owe to this story.
Yep.
Now, all this might seem cheap or tawdry, and hell, maybe it is. But the underlying themes here still speak to something deep and resonant in the human psyche. Something on par with classic literature. Bradbury himself explained this in a 1988 interview.
Oh, this is great.
Wrote the screenplay
This is why I wanted to show you this.
That had nothing to do with your books, Moby Dick.
Voice of Terry Gross right there.
And you really,
NPR.
I have to say, seemed like a very unlikely choice to adapt Moby Dick for the screen. And I was wondering how you got to write the screenplay.
Well, by staying true to my own sense of the poetic. Again, here's where the influence of Shakespeare on my life, the influence of the Bible, which I was raised on. And by staying true to my love of poetry and my love of metaphor, which you learn from the Old Testament, the New Testament, and you learn it from Shakespeare. And also by staying in love with dinosaurs. I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 5. And I was walking along the shore with my wife one night down Venice, California, this 1949, and we found the ruins of the old Venice Pier, all the bones and the skeleton, the tracks and the ties of the roller coaster lying there in the sea. And I turned to my wife and I said, I wonder what that dinosaur is doing lying here on the shore. She was very careful not to answer, and 3 nights later, and I heard something in the middle of the night. I sat up in bed, looked at all the fog out beyond the window, and way out in the Santa Monica Bay, I heard the braying, the calling, the oconing of the foghorn over and over and over again. And I said, yes, that's it. Next day, I got out of bed and wrote The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, sent it to the Saturday Evening Post. It was published. John Huston read that one story, and that changed my life forever, because he thought he smelled the ghost of Melville in that story. What he smelled in it was the ghost of Shakespeare and the ghost of the Bible, And so he called me.
I love where he goes, huh? It's really charming the way that he says that. You know, because he's telling this story and he's going on and on. He goes, huh? I love that.
Of Melville in that story. What he smelled in it was the ghost of Shakespeare and the ghost of the Bible, And so he called me on the phone and offered me the job. And a year later, when I was working on the screenplay one night, I said, John, how did I get this job? You know, everyone thought you were crazy. He said, well, I read that story about the dinosaur.
Dinosaurs, of course, are a major theme in Bradbury's work.
Yeah. Anyway, so I go on to actually read the story here to everybody.
Let's go somewhere a little more thematically appropriate.
It's back when I was teaching full-time. I just started teaching, actually. This is from probably like October, November that I made this, 2019, I think. I'll give you a link.
The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury.
Sorry, the sound quality is not very good, but it's a good story. So there's a link in case you're curious. Casey Snort says, do you miss teaching? What do you mean? I'm still teaching every day here on Twitch. sometimes I miss those like in-person interactions a little bit, but having freedom in my schedule, being able to be my own boss, not having to commute every day, that's fantastic. So yeah. And say what you will about Twitch chat, but it is kind of nice being able to teach slightly higher concept ideas and lessons than you can to preschoolers, you know? Might not be much of an improvement sometimes, chat, but it is, you know, you are slightly higher level, I would say. No, I love you all. Thank you for being here. But yeah, Casey Snowart says, agreed, I was an elementary school teacher, and after a while you miss adult conversations. Yeah, for sure. Anywho. Yeah. A bit larger classroom these days? Yeah. I think at our peak we had me and my co-teacher. We had like 14 students. So that's a 7-to-1 ratio. That's actually really, really good. It was kind of an expensive private preschool. And they paid me decently well, which is really nice. More than I make here on Twitch right now. But yeah, commuting to San Francisco every day got to be kind of a pain, and now I get to talk about fossils all day if I want to, and that's pretty awesome, you know? Yeah. 197 students right now, says Terminator Pig. 199 by my count. Yeah. Anyway, with that being the case, I gotta remember to do this more regularly. But let's jump into Blue Sky real quick. Let's post a belated going live message, shall we? And thank you those of you who liked my post earlier about the frozen saber-toothed cat cub that we were talking about on Monday. Yeah, mummified frozen saber-toothed cat cub found. This is Homotherium latidens, found up in Siberia. Yeah, it reminded me of Simpsons moments. One particular episode, so I just had to do this. One of the best Simpsons episodes ever, holy cow. But yeah. Anyway. So that's that right there. Anywho. Let's go ahead and do like we did yesterday. Let's take another, well, let's take the Archaeopteryx off the wall. Or maybe Deinonychus here. That'll be good. And, yeah, I think that looks nice. I'm just gonna take a screenshot, and then we'll let that be our image for today. So Control, print screen. All right, let's see if that looks halfway decent. There we go. Photoshop's opening up. Danny is pondering. Hey, Creatrix Brit, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, I gotta remember to do these more frequently. What? Sorry, soundboard. All right, screenshot. I don't like that screenshot. Let's do like that. Control, print screen. Let's see if that's any better. Here we are. I like that a lot better. Let's crop it in. That's pretty good. I don't know. We'll roll with it. It's a little goofy. But, save that to the desktop. I'm gonna clean that up later. Make it easy to find. And, there we go. There we go. Let's see. We're talking dinosaur shins, theropod bird, origins, and more. Right now on Twitch. Join us for paleontological discussion and general aroundness and alt text. Then he holds a 3D printed Deinonychus skull. A screenshot from today's Twitch live stream. And more. Let's add some emphasis there. There we go. Good stuff. Might take a minute to actually show up there, but yeah. Anywho, how the sausage is made. There you go, Terminator Pig. Yeah, how the vegetarian sausage is made.
Dinosaurs rule.
And Gigants, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, and it's up. Excellent. Excellent, Nina. And it's got 3 likes already. Holy cow. Thank you for that, chat. Appreciate it. Yeah. Make that 6 likes. Holy cow, and 3 retweets. My goodness, 3 reposts, rather. Thank you. Good stuff. Holy cow. Anywho, yeah, I'm really excited about Blue Sky nowadays. It's really good stuff. Holy cow. It's like Twitter, but better. You know, I used to really like Twitter back in the day, and it is just completely crashed and burned over the past year and a bit. I might even just completely delete my profile from there. It's just a garbage fire at this point. Like, I'll post something, and like immediately there are 4 comments from bots and 3 from neo-Nazis. Like, it's bad over there. It's really, really bad. Yeah, we doing well. There you go, Terminator Pig. I like that. And Creatrix Britt, thanks for the follow. Let me follow you back there. Britt, I appreciate you. Excellent. Anywho, and Niffler, Special Agent Bob, thank you all. I really appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah, been liking a lot as well. Twitter sucks now and it's awful. Yeah, Petrodactylus, holy cow. Yeah. Hopeful for Blue Sky, me too, Brett. It's been really good so far, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. If any of you are looking for a way to kind of get plugged in, Blue Sky does this really cool thing called starter packs. So here's a starter pack of vertebrate paleontologists. You can look at this, and I follow probably most of these people at this point. And I'm one of them. So I'll give you a link to this. You can just follow a whole bunch of vertebrate paleontologists with one click. It's pretty neat. Blue Sky does occasionally lag a little bit because there are so many new users all the time. They're growing at like an unprecedented clip right now. But a whole bunch of different vertebrate paleontologists on here. It's pretty excellent. And here's a bunch that I haven't followed yet, but there's me right there. So anywho, it was thanks to Blue Sky that I found a cool piece of fossil news, which we'll be talking about. Oh, but before we get to that, first this. We talked about this briefly yesterday. James Gurney is now on Blue Sky too, creator of Dinotopia. And I never knew this. This is news to me. This is from the cover of the book Dinotopia. There we go, right here. Excellent book. Beautiful piece of, like, fantasy world building with excellent dinosaur art in it. James Gurney is one of the greatest living paleo artists, in my opinion. But he says, I created this painting, Dinosaur Parade, in 1990, before I invented the whole concept of Dinotopia. I wanted to give a glimpse of a lost empire that humans shared with peaceful dinosaurs. Jumping through that picture frame and living inside the painting changed my life. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. In fact, yeah, in fact, let me quote that. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe another time. I can't think of anything clever to say at the moment. But yeah. Casey Snowart says, I love James Gurney. He's the epitome of the eternal child at heart. So curious, enthusiastic, and genuine. Agreed. And yeah, I'll give you a link to profile, or to this post right here. Yeah. And there you go, Jawa. Yeah. Goodness. Anywho, yeah. That was something that I found today, but also this, which we're going to be diving into for some fossil news. So without further ado, let's play that fossil news video stinger. And let's jump into this. Bird shins and why they're important. All right, an exciting piece of fossil news for today. just published today, November 20th, 2024. Fibular reduction and the evolution of theropod locomotion. That title might not mean a great deal to you right now, but we're going to explain what's going on here, why it's important, and how it ties in with dinosaur evolution. And I figure we'll start off with the authors themselves. Armita R. Manafzada posted this to Blue Sky today. And she says, thrilled to share out in Nature Portfolio. Shoot, I guess this is the journal Nature, not Nature Communications, just straight up Nature. Good for them, holy cow. Just in time for Thanksgiving, the dinosaurian history of how your turkey does the twist. I like that little explainer there. Fibular reduction enabled mid-drumstick mobility, unlocking extreme knee long-axis rotation in theropods. Really, really cool stuff. This is, I can tell, a helmeted guinea fowl right here. And they must have done some X-ray video to see how the limbs are actually moving. And then they must have touched that up in the computer to make it nice and clear. To highlight the fibula right there. This is really, really cool stuff. The shins of modern birds are one of those things that are actually kind of different than in their dinosaur ancestors. Most things are, you know, most features that modern birds have you can trace directly back to their dinosaur ancestors. The fibula, a little splint of bone alongside the main shin bone, the tibia in birds, that's something that's very different in birds and in dinosaurs. How did this transition take place? What does it say about the anatomy and behavior and ecology and everything of modern birds versus their dinosaur ancestors? And all of that. Exciting stuff. So, yeah, birds had to drop leg weight, says Terminator Pig. That's a good guess. That's probably part of the story there, yeah. Yeah. But before we get into this, we're going to need to lay some groundwork in terms of terminology so that everybody can follow along and understand what's going on here. And so I wonder if I can find a quick video on anatomical orientation terms. There we go. This is one of those topics that if you're a medical student, if you're studying to be a nurse or a doctor or a physical therapist or anything like that, you're going to have to learn these terms. And so there should be a lot of resources like this. This is like not obscure knowledge. Let's try this. 218,000 views. Anatomical planes and directions song. Let's give that a try. We're going to be using a lot of these terms in discussion for this, and let's see if this is any good.
Planes of the human body.
Okay.
Coronal, as well as the transverse or the horizontal.
Okay. So when we're talking about anatomy, we use directional terms to help explain precisely what we mean. And so sagittal plane like this is just right down the center. Coronal plane is not down the center. It's kind of, it's a 90-degree turn from that. Does that make sense?
As well as the transverse or the horizontal.
Okay. Wish this guy were a better singer.
There's the superior or cranial.
Yep.
Inferior or caudal. Two opposing ways. More directions there are.
Oh boy.
Anterior or ventral. Versus posterior or dorsal.
I'm still running. It might be germs.
Or distal. Medial or lateral. Take you to
So,
effect from the
I don't expect you to remember all of these. But we're just kind of...
superficial as well as the deep.
Okay. Well, shoot, here's a link to that video right here. in case you'd like to watch it on your own time. Goodness. But yeah, here. 3 minutes 16 seconds. Let's try this one.
What's up? Your head is on top of your body, right? I mean, of course it is. It's on top of your neck, and that's above everything else.
No closed captions. Sorry.
But what about now? I'm Patrick Kelly, and today we're learning how to describe where things are on the body. We call these directional terms. And if you watched my last video about naming the regions of the body, you know what they're called, but now we have to talk about where they are and how to get to them. And to give accurate directions, anatomists need a consistent map to base them off of. That's why we use the anatomic position, a standardized position that we picture in our heads whenever we're using these directional terms. Here, stand up and do this with me. It's standing up straight.
Here, I'm going to try it too.
Feet flat on the floor, looking forward, arms by your side, and palms facing forward.
So this is anatomical position for a human being, you know? So it's like this. You know, anything like that, palms forward, like that. Anatomical position for a human being. Dinosaurs are a bit different because their spine is not perpendicular to the ground, it's parallel to the ground. So it's different in dinosaurs, and in birds to a certain extent. But your anatomical position is basically like your comfortable standing pose, but in humans it's with the palms forward, because you got to do it some way. You know, that part's arbitrary, so arbitrarily palms forward, you know?
This will be forever and always your reference point for talking directional terms. Now, this body thing is three-dimensional, so we're gonna need some axes and planes to work with.
There we go,
you can think of these like lines that slice
Vitruvian, there you go, Claire. Kind of, yeah.
Like imaginary. Yeah. They're imaginary lines. First up
Port, starboard, zenith, and nadir.
Which cuts people into a top half and a bottom half.
Bow and stern.
And let me just blow your mind with some magic. It cuts people into a half that looks like a T and one that looks like an upside-down V for transverse. The frontal plane just divides the body into a front half and a back half. Not nearly as mind-blowing, but it is easier to remember. Finally, the sagittal plane divides the body into a left half and a right half.
Yeah,
it's
right down the center.
It's the only way that you can divide a body into two identical halves.
So sagittal plane, what I always think of is the sagittal crest of like, think about like a wolf skull. On a wolf skull, you'll get this thing called the sagittal crest. Well here, let's do a sea lion skull instead. It's gonna look largely the same. Yeah. Because the sagittal crest is often much more pronounced, especially in like big bull sea lions. That's that thing on top, and it runs along the sagittal plane. It runs right down the middle. Yeah. Or on gorillas, or any critter with large chewing muscles. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that great big sagittal crest down the middle of a gorilla skull. Yeah. So sagittal means right down the middle.
So I remember this one by the two identical T's in the name. And because the sagittal plane gives us two equal sides, it also gives us our midline, which helps us establish our first two directional terms. There's medial, which means we're going towards the midline, and lateral, which means we're going away from the midline,
sides, yeah.
or out to the side. If you've seen a lateral in football, it's really similar. It's when the ball gets passed sideways. It's the same thing in directional terminology.
These things make sense.
Two equal sides of the body, things can be bilateral, which means that they're on both sides. Now, maybe you're thinking you're all high and mighty because you learned some directional terms. You might even think that you're superior to all others around you who are inferior. First off, wow, that's incredibly rude. How dare you talk about people like that? But also, those are our next two directional terms. How did you know? Superior means pointing towards your head, while inferior means pointing away from your head. Now, if I look down or inferiorly...
So in dinosaurs, it's not superior and inferior, since their spine is held horizontal to the ground. It's cranial or caudal. Cranial is the skull, caudal is the tail, you know, toward either end.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Ah, it's ants, which is exactly how you're gonna remember the term anterior, or referring to the front of the body. And on the flip side is the posterior, or the back half of the body. And excuse me, would you please stop staring? Gosh, you're so superficial. Luckily, superficial is the directional term for shallow, or towards the skin. And on the other side, you could be going deep, away from the skin.
Yeah, pretty simple to understand. Anyway, we've got some of these terms now, right? Here's a link to this video if you'd like it. And what is this dialogue? It's trying to come up with just like fun, goofy ways to teach these terms to like medical students, nursing students, etc. You know? Pay attention, guys. There will be a quiz at the end of the stream. We could get back into Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. We could do that this week, potentially. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Anywho, these are important terms to understand as we talk about this new research here. Very, very cool. Fibular reduction enabled mid-drumstick mobility, unlocking extreme knee long axis rotation in theropods. So here is a helmeted guinea fowl, and these are excellent birds for trying to understand various aspects of non-avian dinosaur anatomy. Not just their limbs, but also that crest, the helmet of a helmeted guinea fowl. This is something that that changes as the bird grows and develops. It changes during ontogeny. So yeah, really, really cool bird to study if you want to understand stuff about non-avian dinosaurs too. The helmeted guinea fowl. So the drumstick, again, getting into Thanksgiving here. The drumstick is the bird's shin, or shank, or crus. And that's this right here, the tibia. Under the meat, flesh, you'll find a pair of bones. The large, thick tibia, that's this guy right here. Technically tibiotarsus in gray. There we go. And the small, spindly, oft-ignored fibula in blue, attaching at each other at a mid-drumstick joint. So you've got the tibia and the fibula. In most dinosaurs, and shoot, in us too, as mammals, the fibula is much larger. In birds, it's been reduced to this tiny little splint like that. But if we look at a skeleton of, say, I don't know, an Allosaurus, so they've got fairly stocky legs in certain ways, and they've got a big old fibula right next to the tibia. Those are their two shin bones. Let's see, I'm trying to find... Yeah, you can kind of see it there. Yeah. So, tibia, right here. Tibia right here, and fibula right there. And the fibula is just as long as the tibia is. It's smaller, but it goes all the way down, and it's got that articular end there, and here too. Birds don't have that anymore. Their fibula has been reduced to this little splint like that. You know? It's pretty small. Yeah. Pre-breakfast minute says that's a chonker of a fibula. Shoot, you should see some of the big sauropod dinosaurs. They've got some fibulae. Holy cow. Here. Go back to...
Kind of walkthrough of the first hatched out of its egg, beginning its life. It could fit in the palm of your hand. And then over the course of 30, 40, 50...
Oh. Ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Rochester, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, so this is me in front of a titanosaur skeleton, a big old sauropod called Patagotitan.
Which is astonishing.
Let's see if we can get a glimpse of the tibia and
Their eggs would
fibula.
be smaller than like a soccer ball. As far as we know, eggs can't really get bigger than that on land.
Okay, forelimbs, and we're walking toward the hind limbs here.
With a hard-shelled egg.
There's the fibula, holy cow.
Smaller than a soccer ball. So these guys actually had relatively small eggs. Probably a little bit larger than an ostrich egg. Smaller than a soccer ball, you know.
And Science Streams, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you,
Which is
Balint. Hello,
astonishing.
hello.
I think that when this...
I'm sorry, Balint, I raided in too early yesterday. I was trying to end the stream, and I really wanted to raid in, and Was able to delay it by a few minutes, but anyway, I'll try and do better next time. Hold on.
Animal first.
Here we go. Holy cow, that's the fibula right there. That is like way, way, way thicker than my thigh bone. It's like, this thing is like this big around. A huge, huge, huge fibula on this animal.
Out of its egg, beginning its life, it could fit in the palm of your hand. And then over the course of 30, 40, 50, maybe 60 years, it would grow to be this size. That is extraordinary. That is,
It's not bigger than the tibia. The tibia is always bigger than the fibula in dinosaurs.
No.
I think in pretty much all vertebrate animals, the tibia is always bigger.
It's unheard of in big land animals today. But this was the norm back during the age of the dinosaurs. Pretty cool to think about. Pretty cool.
Turn around. We want to see this. We want to see this.
Following it with Diego Paul. Here he is, right here.
There's the femur.
Next to the femur as it was being dug out. Is
anyway.
Has died. Because under the radar here, and your is currently in a traveling group, which is kind of a walk.
Anyway, I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of that, but I don't know if we're going to get a good look at the hind limbs. But, anyway, in sauropod dinosaurs, and in pretty much all vertebrate animals, including humans, human hind limb, I was typing into Google Images, we call them legs. I didn't learn anatomy on humans. Human leg osteology. Here we go. So, yeah, there's the tibia and fibula. So the tibia is always bigger. It's got kind of a twisty shape to it, almost like a T in cross section. So that's, remember, it's the tibia. Anyway, yeah, and there we have it too. Fibula is smaller on us, but it's smaller in diameter, but it's still the same length as the tibia. In birds, they reduce it down to just this little splint right here. It doesn't even go all the way down anymore. It stops. Like, a little bit past midway there. And there you go, science streams, yeah. Although that's actually your femur, that's your thigh. You gotta move that hand further down if you want to get to the tibia fibula. The only time I can use that emote and it be relevant. Yes. Anyway. So that's a pretty bizarre setup, Armida says here. If we compare birds with their living reptilian relatives, you'll see that the tibia and fibula in alligators and lizards are way more similar in size and lack a mid-shaft connection. So there you go. In a lizard, fibula is just as long as the tibia. Same in a croc, and same in, well, not the same in a bird, shoot. This helmeted guinea fowl, it's different. It articulates right there. It just comes to this tiny little, like, sliver at the end. Doesn't go all the way down. Interesting, right? Interesting. So what's the deal? So it's long been assumed that the tiny bird fibulas are some kind of developmental artifact. See this reference here, Hampe et al., or et cetera, and that they don't confer any direct functional benefit. Basically, the idea before is that the fibula is vestigial. Birds are kind of in the process of getting rid of it. They just don't need it anymore. And so they're just doing away with it. We weren't convinced, however, says Armita, so we decided to look into it. So they're looking at the locomotion of lizards, crocs, and birds. This is so cool. I love this. So we used XROM, which has got to be, it's like an X-ray video, right? Not so much a laboratory scientist. This is somebody who knows this. Confirm, is XROM just X-ray video, basically? To get 4D X-ray vision, 4D? It's 3D plus smell? What does that mean? Into the leg skeletons of lizards, alligators, and birds moving around the laboratory. Bird fibulas move in a completely different way. Really interesting. Oh, moving pictures is 4D. Okay, gotcha. 3D plus time. Thank you. So yeah, it turns out bird fibulas are doing something weird and special that nobody had ever really noticed before. Whereas lizards and alligators have fibulas that rock up and down, back and forth in a skewing pattern, bird fibulas roll lengthwise relative to the tibia about the hinge-like mid-drumstick joint that connects them. So, fibulas that rock up and down, back and forth in a skewing pattern. Interesting. So there's the figure there. So yeah, I guess they're kind of going back and forth like this, and also up and down. In birds, however, they've got a unique rolling pattern. What does that mean? That's interesting. Shoot. I think we'll probably see in a video. This motion is most obvious when the whole bird shank is spinning axially relative to the thigh bone. So it's kind of twisting along its axis like that, turning like that. A motion called knee long axis rotation, or LAR, long axis rotation. Birds, unlike us, are capable of extreme long axis rotation of over 100 degrees, ouch, which they use to twist and turn around the ground, kind of like they're doing the twist, you know? Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, this is like not really a motion that's possible for a human being. That is wild. So cool. As a result, we wondered whether the reduced fibula plays a role in enabling extreme knee long axis rotation. We took a closer look at how bird and alligator knees work using my articular ray casting approach previously applied to the foot of the raptor Deinonychus. Deinonychus here. Deinonychus, ladies and gents. And not 180 degrees? Probably not, Richester, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah. And is it superimposed bones or some kind of new imaging? I think basically what they did is they have X-ROM video here, so like a video X-ray. And then I think what they're doing is they're having a computer kind of interpret that data to kind of superimpose a 3D model over it. Does that make sense? Pretty neat, right? This is so cool. And Caledon Case says, would a wider degree of motion lead to more precise and or effective grasping or walking? That's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. Let's figure it out together. So they wondered whether the reduced fibula plays a role in enabling extreme long axis rotation. We took a closer look at how bird and alligator knees work using my articular ray casting approach previously applied to the foot of the raptor Deinonychus. This is a previous Nature Communications paper. Very cool. We'll take a look at that real quickly here. This is much of the same team. But there we go, looking at range of motion in the hindfoot of dinosaur Deinonychus. Pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty neat. I guess this is mostly like a methods paper saying like, hey, look at all the cool stuff that you could do with fossils using this method. Pretty neat. So results? The unique intracrural motion pattern in birds is critical to maintaining articulation among the femoral, tibial, fibular joint surfaces and allowing extreme knee long axis rotation. So they've got, I guess, some, I don't know if it's tendons or cartilage or what exactly is holding these different bones together as they do this rotation. But there's something cool going on there, but it's just the morphology of the bones themselves allows for this kind of motion too. That's really, really neat. This is super, super cool. What are all these text messages? Okay. And they are built differently, says Brie Breakfast Banana. True. Yeah. And Quakecat says, obviously humans don't need this. Well, I mean, if we had it, we could do some cool, interesting things. But it's not something that we evolved to be able to do. You know, the articulation between our femur and our tib fib doesn't allow for that same kind of rotation like this. It just wasn't something that was selected for in our ancestors, so we just don't have it. Yeah. So yeah. And also right here, you'll notice these birds don't have a patella. They don't have a bony kneecap. A patella, a bony kneecap, is kind of a mammal trait. I'm not sure how widespread it is in mammals or in primates in particular, but we as human beings certainly have this. Anybody who's ever dislocated their kneecap before can tell you how incredibly painful that can be. Because this is a bone that just kind of, it floats there in the flesh, you know? This is not a bone that articulates directly with other bones. It's, it's just kind of free-floating there, held together by tendons and ligaments and everything. I have had the misfortune of dislocating my kneecap before. That's one of only 2 times in my life I've ever had to go to the emergency room. Not fun. Not fun. Oh boy. To have your kneecap like this just go, and it's like sticking out of the side of your leg right there. You know, it's still under the skin, but just like, that's not supposed to be there. It's not a good feeling. It is not a good feeling. Holy cow. It happened to your mom? I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Vet. It's really painful. Yeah. And Kelladon Case is considering humans were originally persistence hunters. I'm not convinced that humans were originally persistence hunters. I think that's disputed among paleoanthropologists. There are certainly some cultures where they've engaged in persistence hunting, but whether that was like the primary driver of human evolution, I've got serious doubts about that. Yeah. Anywho, did you get a 3D scan of your dislocation? I wish I had. That would have been really cool. I was in like 7th grade. So, yeah. And people are asking, what is persistence hunting? Oh boy, goodness. So this is this idea that human beings, well, persistence hunting just means like chasing after a prey animal until it gets exhausted and falls over. So like, it's like marathon running, but you're trying to chase down an antelope or a rabbit or something. Yeah, Terminator Pig says we weren't just persistence hunters, and yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. But yeah, this is an idea that's been really widespread in popular culture. It was like a real scientific hypothesis, and still kind of is, but I don't think that's the general consensus for like one of the main things driving human evolution early on. I don't think that's the case. But yeah. And there you go, Kelladon K. Yeah. I think it's disputed. Again, I'm not a paleoanthropologist, so this is outside of my wheelhouse. I work on dinosaurs, but I've heard enough about paleoanthropology in recent years to lead me to have doubts about that idea. And I don't think there's a strong consensus on that within paleoanthropology. But if you really want to know, you should ask a paleoanthropologist. Maybe before too long, we'll actually have a paleoanthropologist here on the channel for an interview, but got to see about that. I've got some stuff I got to work out first. Anywho, yeah. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? I didn't give you a treat yet, did I? Yeah, I was just giving treats to Mini Pie. So let's make that happen, shall we? Yeah. And Kelladon K, no, our biology definitely does allow for longer stretches of intense physical exertion. Human beings are some of the best long-distance runners or movers among tetrapods. We're not as good as a lot of migratory birds who can just keep moving at full tilt for like days and days and days and days at a time. But outside of birds, we're probably the best among tetrapods. Maybe some, well, yeah. Maybe whales. And Danny listens to experts on topics when he's not an expert. I try, Echidna. I try. Yeah. And I also try and listen to Sweetie Pie when she wants some treats. Because as one of my landlords, I gotta make sure I keep her happy, huh? Huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Let's get some treats. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, there we are. All those. Good stuff. Yeah. Give her a scritch for you? You bet, the Raven. There we go. She doesn't really like to be scritched that much while she's eating, though. So I'll leave her be. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, cat canteen. There you go, Ended. Yes. Yes. Anyhow. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Get your tail out of my coffee mug. And Obi-Wan Pez says, what is being an expert but reading a lot and forming your own understanding? That's not, I mean, that's a start, Obi-Wan, but it's not, that's not being an expert. Being an expert is actually, it's being where the action is. It's helping conduct work, whether you're doing field work, whether you're doing work in the laboratory. It's studying for years and years and years, keeping up with the current literature, going to scientific conferences. You know, if you're going to be an expert on a topic, a subject matter expert, it takes a lot more than just, you know, reading websites or Wikipedia or whatever, you know? But yeah. That's a wonderful start. If you want to gain an understanding of a certain topic, like, if that topic happens to be dinosaur paleontology, Wikipedia is probably the best place to start. Phenomenal resource where you can get links to the original scientific literature and let that be your springboard for diving deeper into different topics in dino paleo.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
And Nick's Studio, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, but to actually be an expert in in any given field, it takes a lot of work. It takes years and years, you know? And it's not really something that you can declare yourself, that you're an expert on a subject. You kind of have to be immersed in a certain field long enough that other people who know about that start referring to you as an expert, you know? You kind of build a reputation after a while. Does that make sense? Yeah. Being at the top of the game, exactly what we want. Yeah, you get it. Yeah. So yeah. And also be a bit humble too. Yeah, agreed, Quakecat. Yeah. And there you go, Confused Echidna. I know there is this Confused Echidna is riffing on this tendency on the internet to be like, well, you know, I watched a 2-minute YouTube video about a certain subject, so you know, I'm pretty much an expert on that now. You know, I'm an expert on
Dinosaurs rule.
Slough Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. I'm not going to get into a big discussion about the Dunning-Kruger effect and, you know, poor quality of many internet experts and stuff like that too, but it's, you know, that's the thing. I did my own research. There you go, Terminator Pig. Yeah. I love this Halloween decoration. Oh boy, yeah. You know? Yeah. Anywho. I hope that's an idea that comes across loud and clear consistently here on Paleontologizing on this channel, is that there's so much out there to be learned and so much that we don't know, and yet there's also a lot of things that we do understand, and there are a lot of people who've devoted their lives to studying certain topics, be it dinosaurs, be it human anatomy, be it whatever. Nobody can be an expert in everything. If you want to know what the real deal is, if you want the straight dope, talk to the people who are actively working in that field. Talk to the researchers. Maybe not even talk to them directly, because sometimes people can be hard to get a hold of, but see what they're saying. Read the scientific literature. Try and get things as close to the source as you can. Not through, garbage pseudoscience Netflix documentaries and stuff like that. Like that whole ancient apocalypse hogwash that they've been pushing recently. There's so much misinformation out there. You gotta be real careful, especially nowadays, And I hope that here on Paleontologizing, I'm giving you the best information that I can, and when I don't know something very well, I try and be clear about that. Be like, here's who you should ask about this particular topic. Whether it's the osteology of the guinea fowl, whether it's, vocalizations of whales, or whether it's sequence stratigraphy and geology. I'm not an expert in any of those things. I've not done any active work in any of those things. But here's some resources. Go out and talk to these people. Look at what they've written. There you go. Get the real info. Oh, yeah. But yeah. Salamander, yeah. But yeah. And Guy Comb Threepgood, oh boy. Yeah, I think we've all had coworkers like that. Oh boy. Yeah. But there you go, kid. Yeah. We'll talk about Dunning-Kruger in depth another time. But yeah. Let's not do our own research. Let's get back into this and look at some of the really cool work from some scientists trying to understand range of motion in bird limbs and how that pertains to non-bird dinosaurs too. So how and when did bird knees get the way they are? Cue the fossils. So this is really cool. This is a cladogram, so like an evolutionary family tree. Just showing the hind limbs right here. Tibia, fibula, femur, and then, astragalus, and maybe calcaneum down here. Oh no, for alligator, I guess we don't have an astragalus for these guys. But alligator, Marsuchus, which is a dinosaur-like non-dinosaur, kind of on the way to dinosaurs. A dinosaur form, you could say, but not a true dinosaur. Then you have Allosaurus, Deinonychus, Rheonavis, which is either a dromaeosaur or a bird, depending on who you ask. Probably a bird, I would say. Ichthyornis, which is a bird, and Numida, which that's probably our helmeted guinea fowl is Numida. Is that right? Let's look it up. Helmeted guinea fowl. Got a good feeling about this. I think it is going to be that. There we go. Helmeted guinea fowl. Numida meleagris. Yeah. Very cool. They're closely related to the crested guinea fowl and the plumed guinea fowl. Who would have guessed? The white-breasted guinea fowl and the black guinea fowl. The vulturine guinea fowl. And they are in turn related to quails and pheasants. Cool stuff. Anyhow, so there's a helmeted guinea fowl at the end right there. So in looking at how these fibulae have changed, looking at how they're different, and these creatures kind of getting increasingly closely related to the helmeted guinea fowl, you can get a glimpse at how evolution works there. How these things have changed over geological time as we get closer and closer. Cool. An actual phyletic group. There you go, Claiborne. Yeah. So, the ancestral reptile here, that's ancestral between alligators and Marsuchus and other critters, it likely had knee-long axis rotation potentially similar to that retained by living lizards and gators. So big tibias and fibulas that connected to both the knee and the ankle, and blobby joint surfaces allowed some modest rotation. Right here. Alligator. And did knee long axis rotation potentially increase steadily on the line to birds? Not so simple, Armitage says. In dinosauriforms like Marasuchus, let me show you Marasuchus here. There's a skeleton, so it's like it's kind of on its way to dinosaurs, like Eoraptor. So it's close to dinosaurs, not a dinosaur yet. May or may not have had feathers, we're not totally sure. But it's got long, leggy legs. It's almost approaching that critter we looked at yesterday that's presumably an ancestor of pterosaurs. Scleromochlus. Remember this guy? So the closer you get, the further back you go in time between dinosaurs and pterosaurs, the more similar the ancestors get. There's Marasuchus, considered possibly a dinosaur ancestor. Right there. Right there. And in Marasuchus, decreased ankle mobility limited intracrural mobility in turn lowering knee long axis rotation potential. So their fibula didn't move around as much, didn't twist around in the same way that we see in modern birds. This trend away from knee long axis rotation was taken to an extreme in early tetnorans like Allosaurus, which had no intracrural mobility. Interesting. So their fibula is just kind of starting to almost fuse on to the tibia. Not mobile. The crust was further stiffened by an expansion of tibial bone called the fibular crest. It's right there, I think. Which further stiffened by an expansion of tibial bone called the fibular crest. Yeah, which created a midshaft connection between the tibia and fibula. So we're starting to get that midshaft connection. Interesting. Taken together with the straightened tibial articular surface, this drumstick rigidification, so the shin becoming more rigid, less mobile, meant dinosaurs like Allosaurus were probably stuck with hinge-like knees. Interesting. Allosaurus, of course, is this critter right here. State fossil of Utah, one of your better-known big meat-eating dinosaurs. Allosaurus. Everybody loves Allosaurus. Wonderful critter. Moving up the line to birds, Paravians, so dinosaurs very close to birds, like Deinonychus. Deinonychus being this critter here. Everybody loves Deinonychus. One of the most important dinosaurs ever found. Deinonychus. Much closer to birds. It gains some low level of knee long axis rotation potential through the reacquisition of tibial articular surface curvature. So, these guys, their fibula is starting to be able to rotate a little bit more, I guess. Based on the morphology there. Some of this is sailing over my head. But it wasn't until the fibula was reduced and effectively liberated from the ankle joint. So in Deinonychus, it's still kind of linking up with the ankle joint there, but as it shortens and gets slimmer and slimmer, aviolans like Rahanevis and Ichthyornis could really spin their knee joints using the same mechanism retained by birds today. Rahanevis, so your reconstruction, very like, either very, very bird-like dinosaur or very dinosaur-like bird. It's been interpreted in different ways. This guy's from Madagascar, from the Cretaceous. May or may not have been able to fly, we're not totally sure. There's some landing on the back of a sauropod right there. So these guys, in them, the fibula is reduced to the point where it's like, yeah, no longer articulating with the ankle. And it might be kind of fixed in position there slightly, but it can move around up top. So reduction of the fibula enabled mobilization of the midshaft intercrural articulation permitting the rolling fibular kinematics we see in birds, and as articular surface curvature increased, setting the stage for the evolution of extreme knee long-axis rotation. So pretty cool. You had kind of a reduction in mobility for a while, like Allosaurus and Deinonychus, and it becomes more flexible
prerequisite to the evolution
later.
of large mammals, and to our own existence for that matter.
Zealous Goas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Anyway, good stuff. Terminator Pig says, I'm thinking that would provide strength and springiness. I don't know enough about functional morph of hind limbs like this to be able to tell you right off the top dome, you know? But, yeah. Anyhow. So birds in our XROM studies used extreme knee long-axis rotation to turn, maneuver, and evade obstacles. We suspect it's also involved in navigating arboreal substrates and foot-propelled diving. So, walking along the forest floor, not tripping over junk on the ground. Having that flexibility there in your knee joint is going to help with that. Also with foot-propelled diving, so birds that kick with their feet in order to swim, especially when they're diving, having that kind of flexibility in your knee is going to really help with that kind of thing. There's some birds like loons who swim underwater, and it's pretty wild how they can do that. They kind of rotate their knees so that they're kicking out to the sides with their feet. It's pretty darn cool. I love this YouTube video. The title is Seeing a Loon Swim Underwater Looks Like Something That Doesn't Belong on Earth. They're so weird and cool the way that they do this. Check this out. How wild is that? And I don't think that kind of motion would be possible without that flexibility in their knee joints. How awesome is that? That's so weird. And it's like a frog, Obi-Wan. Yeah. But it's a bird. It's a loon. So cool. So it's not just those eerie calls of loons that make them seem otherworldly. It's the way that their limbs work, too. By the way, there's, here, brief digression. I know it's not Thursday Birds Day, but still, here.
That's a loon.
Yep.
And right now, he's doing something called whaling.
Yeah.
But this is probably not the first time you've heard that noise. Here it is in the movie 1917, as they enter the enemy trench.
Loons don't live there.
In the third Harry Potter movie, as they climb out of the Whomping Willow.
Loons don't live there either.
In Rick and Morty, when Rick uses his intergalactic toilet.
I don't think loons live there, but I'm not sure.
You'll find it whenever a scene needs to feel a little moody.
They feared it.
Or eerie. Or just remind us that we're in the great outdoors. This specific bird call is all over movies and TV shows.
Yep.
But it really shouldn't be.
Nope. And the Trek Nerd says, loon sounds being added everywhere makes me nuts. Yeah, a lot of bird-savvy people feel exactly the same way.
If you ever find yourself on birder Twitter, you'll find a lot of angry tweets.
Which, most of these accounts are probably gone off of Twitter now. They've probably moved to Blue Sky. And actually, you can follow... There's like a starter pack for, on Blue Sky. For, like, bird Twitter, or bird Blue Sky. Yeah, birds. There we go. Yeah. I happen to follow this, so I've always got birds in my feed if I want to see them. So yeah.
Like these.
Can someone please tell movie makers that loons are not, in fact, the only bird out there?
Hello, I'm a nature scene in a movie. Doesn't matter whether it's habitat appropriate or not, I'm a common loon call.
Have you ever noticed loon calls in impossible locations in movies and TV? In a jungle?
watching the movie Harriet. Only 20 minutes in, but I'm giving them kudos. They were not lazy. No loon calls yet.
Can you read the first reply on that one?
Oh, myself? No, why, Harriet? At about the hour 20-minute mark, they throw in a calling loon.
Oh, boy.
That's Terry. He's a research geographer. But more importantly, he moonlights on Twitter and his blog as Dakota Birder.
Yeah.
He mostly posts beautiful pictures of birds and points out when Hollywood uses their...
I wonder if he's probably on Blue Sky now, actually. Let's look. Oh, these people are asking about him, but he's not shown up yet. Yeah. Huh.
their calls incorrectly.
As a birder, you just can't help but notice.
That's because the loon is a very particular bird.
Yep. It's the state bird of Minnesota, right?
Divers, because they're really good at diving.
Yeah.
Dense bones and enormous feet. They're also...
And they're extremely flexible knees like that. Again, look at that. Just wild. So cool. Anyway, here's a link to this video right here. And here's a link to this video too, the Vox one about the loon calls. It's amusing. Good stuff. So anyway, foot-propelled diving is enabled largely because of the flexibility of that knee joint like that. Super cool. And we call them Great Northern Diver in the UK. Loon is more fun. You have them in the UK? I didn't think that they were... I thought they were endemic to North America. And only North America. But anyway. Yeah. Very cool. So in the end, we discovered that the fibular reduction of that fibula, is far from a developmental artifact. This transformation ushered in a transition to the long-axis rotation-dominated 3D limb control, profoundly altering the course of theropod locomotor evolution. So rather than that fibula being a remnant, being vestigial, being useless and on its way out, it turns out that by reducing it, it became very, very useful. For helping birds kind of pivot like that. Super cool. Super, super cool. And loons are European too, called lom in Norwegian, which comes from a Norse word returning to their cold. I did not know that, Charlie's Dragon. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. North American English, or divers, British Irish English, or aquatic birds found in North America and northern Eurasia. Well, well, well. All living species of loons are members of the genus Gavia, family Gavidae, not Gavialidae, Gavidae, and order Gaviformes. Very cool. Ah, neat stuff. Super cool. Super, super cool. Anyway. Back to bird knees here. So, that transformation, so reducing the fibula and allowing for, look at that. So, this is up here. You can't really see the knee joint right there, but it's doing a lot of twisting around. That evolution there, that limb becoming more flexible, being able to rotate on the long axis of the knee joint like that, profoundly alters the course of theropod locomotor evolution. Super, super cool. Next to the co-authors there. Oh, Michael Benton. Ha! I met him at SVP a few weeks ago. Really nice guy. I had to talk for a while. It was good. Anyway, very, very cool stuff. I hope that there will be more press on this in the future. Because it is super neat. And here is the original paper. Right here. In the journal Nature. Holy cow. This is, again, what we call a high-impact journal. This is, well, unfortunately, it's paywalled. Yeah. So, we're not going to be able to access that here today. But, I guess congrats if you're the sort of person who cares about impact factors and everything. Yeah, it's a big deal getting that paper into Nature there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Drumsticks are rock and roll, says Independent. Yeah. If you want a four-word summary, then there you go. Yeah. Hey, very, very cool stuff. This is neat. I wonder if there's any news about this yet. I kind of doubt it. I don't even know if they have a press release yet. Let's see. Oh, here we go from phys.org. Shoot, this is fantastic. Dinosaur drumsticks, X-ray videos, and 3D models shed light on the evolution of bird motion. Here's a link right here for you. Excellent. Wings may be the obvious choice when studying the connection between dinosaurs and birds, but a pair of Yale paleontologists prefer drumsticks. That part of the leg, they say, is where fibular reduction among some of the dinosaurs tens of millions of years ago, helped make it possible for peacocks to strut, penguins to waddle, and turkeys to trot. A good way to understand this is to take a look at drumsticks, like the ones people eat on Thanksgiving, said Armita Manafazda, lead author of a study in Nature. She's a postdoctoral researcher affiliated with the Yale Institute for Biospheric Studies at the Department of Earth and Planetary Science at the Yale Peabody Museum. That's the museum started by Othniel Charles Marsh, first professor of paleontology in the U.S. back in the 1870s. Yet the fibula had been largely overlooked by paleontologists and other scientists, often viewed as merely a small remnant of a once larger physiological feature. The idea that the shortened fibula had a distinct evolutionary benefit is relatively unexplored. The fibula in general is the more diminutive of the two lower leg bones and often neglected in the study of vertebrate form and function, said Bart Anjan Boulard, Associate Professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences in Yale's Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Associate Curator of the Peabody Museum at Yale. But evolution acts on all parts of the body, great and small. Structures and regions that have been ignored are often gold mines for new insights and untold tales. Ooh, and we might even have a short video about this. Let's take a look. Oh, nice. Good on them.
If you've ever eaten a drumstick and you look underneath the meat of that drumstick,
there we go.
You'll actually find a pair of bones. And there's one really large bone, that's the tibia.
Yep.
And if you look closely, there's a second smaller bone hidden within that drumstick called the fibula. And what we've discovered here is that the small, shortened fibulas of birds help them move around the world in 3D and twist and turn on the ground.
Very cool.
We took X-ray videos of birds and other reptiles like lizards and alligators walking around the laboratory, and those X-ray videos...
And I love that she says birds and other reptiles. That's not a mistake. That's a choice that she made right there, and of course it's correct. People don't think of birds as being a kind of reptile, but they 1,000,000% are. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Hence, birds are reptiles. So one more time, let's hear that.
Turn on the ground. We took X-ray videos of birds and other reptiles like lizards and alligators walking around the laboratory, and those X-ray videos let us look inside their skeletons and create animations of their bones as they moved around. When we did this and we looked inside their drumsticks, we found that the drumstick bones of birds, that fibula and tibia, move in a completely different pattern from those of iguanas and alligators. To understand how birds...
Very, very cool. Dinosaur Dave, bad news? Oceans of Kansas being deactivated at the end of the year? Why is that, Dinosaur Dave? It's not a lot. Well, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Shoot.
got to be the way they are, we have
No.
to turn to the fossil record and look at their dinosaurian ancestors. So when we did that, we realized that the ancestral reptile probably had a motion pattern really similar to what we're seeing in iguanas and alligators in the lab. But over evolutionary time, there was a big change in the limb, and it wasn't one we necessarily expected. We were really surprised to find that at some point in meat-eating dinosaur history, in the big meat-eating dinosaurs, things like T-Rex, those two drumstick bones were almost glued together skeletally. So the tibia and the fibula couldn't really move relative to one another at all. And it's from that point up to the living birds that the fibula shortened. That gave it a new form of freedom, and it was able to move in a completely different pattern within the drumstick, like what we see in living birds in the lab.
Pretty cool. I love
I
this
think
little...
this drumstick mobility is really widespread
fibula.
across birds. So everything from the chickens and turkeys that you might eat at your dinner table, to the songbirds in your trees.
To the songbirds that you might eat at your breakfast table, to the penguins that you might eat at your dessert table. People eat all kinds of birds. I don't get it, but...
To penguins and emus and all kinds of birds all over the planet. We realize as we study the diversity of living animals that there are so many different skeletal solutions for moving about the world in 3D. And it's only when we start to explore that diversity that we realize the way our bodies work isn't a good blueprint for how everything else works.
Yeah.
And evolution has come up with a ton of different solutions.
Very, very cool. I love that. And it's... I often have criticisms for Yale as an institution, but I do really appreciate these excellent videos that they've been putting out to accompany new publications. It seems like they've got a media office that actually does their jobs and does it well, and that's good on them for that. I appreciate it. I hope you do too. Yeah. But yeah. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry to hear that, Dinosaur Dave. Shoot. We might take a look at that before it goes dark then. Last day will be January 3rd, 2025. There's a good book. Do I have that here? I used to have the book Oceans of Kansas. I'm not sure if I still do. That might be one of those ones that I need to reorder. It may have been lost in the great move away from Montana. But the book Oceans of Kansas is excellent. Also by Mike Everhart. There we go. $32.09. Shoot, it's pricier than I thought. Yeah. But it's good stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Our topic today, of course, leading up to Thanksgiving, bird anatomy, and how it can be traced back to the anatomy of birds' ancestors, dinosaurs. This is something that we'll be looking at over the next week, and I can give you a link to it right here. But this is super, super cool. This is an osteological monograph made electronically available on the World Wide Web. Wow! Wow!
Access granted.
Through a contribution from and at the behest of the Friends of Meleagris G. Meleagris gallopavo, that's the scientific genus and species name for the American turkey, at backyardchickens.com. Well. The Atlas of the Domestic Turkey. Myology and osteology. Myology is muscles, osteology is bones. Pretty cool. I really love this. So there's some beautiful plates in here, just describing the skeleton and the musculature of the turkey. I think this is the first time this has ever really been done. But yeah, super, super cool. So there's musculature. Let's get down to the osteology, shall we? Here we go. There's that good stuff. There's a ventral view of the skull, so the underside of the skull right there. Looking up like at the roof of the mouth. Back of the skull. Caudal view right there. There's the cervical vertebrae. Vertebrae in the neck. Very cool. So it's this kind of like basic descriptive work that can be extremely useful for other researchers who want to be able to study these creatures. And it's available for free online, which is super, super neat. I think this may have been funded originally by the US Department of Agriculture, where like nobody had really sat down and described the anatomy of a turkey before. So here it is. This is basic scientific research. And it's beautiful. It's a lovely thing to behold. And now you've got access to it too with that link. This is important to us because, well, shoot. This is a diagram that I put together a couple years back. Most of you are hopefully familiar with this already. But I wish I knew about that monograph before I started working on this. I had to use several other references to a turkey skeleton, and there's probably a few details in here that aren't quite perfect, because I didn't have that reference back then. This is a turkey skeleton next to a velociraptor skeleton. There's a crazy number of similarities here, and those are no coincidence. No coincidence at all. Most of the weird, cool things about birds and their anatomy, their skeletal, like their osteology, their myology, everything else, even their feathers, those are inherited characteristics from their dinosaur ancestors. And, well, we were just about to get to that point yesterday here. Let's continue with that video that we started up yesterday with Bob Bacher here.
World.
Talking about turkeys and other birds.
If birds are dinosaurs, then the evidence is all around us.
It is indeed.
Paleontologist Bob Bacher of the University of Wyoming Geological Museum. Birds form a living link with the past.
Special Agent Bob says, so what you're telling me is that a velociraptor would be delicious with some stuffing and gravy? You know, it might think that you're pretty delicious. These are, you know, an animal like this. This is not velociraptor per se. This is a closely related animal called Sagon. But it's got these pretty formidable teeth, huge claws. That's an animal that, even though it's significantly smaller than you are, probably, yeah, it would probably really like to eat you. So, you know, it gets back to the whole 6-foot turkey thing. Remember?
I'll tell you another way.
And Oops Kapoots, thank you for the 16 months. Holy cow! I appreciate that, Oops Kapoots. I appreciate that a lot. 16 months you've helped keep me on the air.
Has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Thank you, Nerdo, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing here. Quick little interlude talking about, it looks like a turkey. Here.
How long does this usually take?
The shape bring an immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's a computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5-6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles. Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
So there you go. 6-foot turkey. Goodness. Yeah. My, what big turkey teeth, says and then yeah, all the better to eat you with. Absolutely. Anyway, turkeys are dinosaurs, though. As all birds are. And this is an idea that was still controversial when this documentary came out. This episode of Paleo World came out in 1995. And so there's like, this episode kind of hinges on this, back and forth between Bob Bacher, dinosaur paleontologist, and Larry Martin, paleontologist who mostly worked on fossil mammals. Bob Bacher says, yeah, birds evolved from dinosaurs. Larry Martin said, no way. There's no way that's true. Oh, guess who turned out to be right. Anywho, yeah, take a look at Bob Bacher kind of explaining some of the these dinosauring characteristics in an emu.
What you see before you is your dinosaurian head and neck working. That graceful S-shaped curve going bazap, bazap, bazap. Lightweight neck, full of air. Air passages in the head and along the neck and right into the torso. The dark spot behind the eye is the eardrum, bigger than ours. Pretty good, too, for picking up most frequencies. The eyes, though, are better than ours. They see a wider range of colors. Dinosaur eyes would be like that. And the brain? Well, the brain in that.
Bob Barker in a Jurassic Park video game? Really?
It's about the size
I'm not aware of
that
this.
you would get in a Deinonychus, medium-sized raptor. Pretty intelligent, the smartest animal in its world in the Cretaceous, at least. It is not exaggeration to say we're still in the age of dinosaurs because there are 9,300 species of birds in the world.
I'm sorry, how many species of bird? I'm going to make this joke again.
Over 9,000!
How many species?
Age of dinosaurs because there are 9,300 species of birds in the world. Every one of them a direct descendant of a small raptor-like dino.
There you go, Fall Machine.
For Barker, the bird family tree is no mystery. From early cold-blooded reptiles came the first dinosaurs. Then came the fast-moving two-legged raptors. From them evolved creatures like Archaeopteryx, leading directly to modern birds.
Yep.
If Barker's right, Thanksgiving will never be the same.
Remember I promised you this little clip yesterday? Here we are.
Okay. I love to do this. I do this every Thanksgiving. You may think that this is a turkey. This is not a turkey.
I mean, it is a turkey. But it's also...
This is a dinosaur. This is a raptor. And I can prove it to you. The hand of the turkey, wonderful device. The hand of the turkey has a thumb and two fingers stuck together. Index finger and middle finger. All attached together to make...
I like how she's really taken this all in, too. I wonder how many takes they did in order to get all this. But yeah, she's like, oh yeah, thumb and then two fingers stuck together, yeah.
Stuck together, index finger and middle finger, all attached together to make a swivel. Zink, 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 zink. No other animal alive today except birds have that kind of hand. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Now, for your edification, here is a dinosaur hand. Thumb. And two fingers stuck together, and a swivel joint at the top, so the whole thing goes back and forth. Zink, da zink, da zink. That is a turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand.
And that's something that I've seen in a few different reconstructions, you know, in the 2020s, very recently, but I haven't seen it in a lot of other reconstructions going back. Bob Barker may have been way ahead of his time in saying that Deinonychus had the second and third digit basically stuck together like this, you know?
Turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand.
Yeah.
A dinosaur hand. Thumb and two fingers stuck together, and a swivel.
So, yeah. I don't know how you would test that hypothesis, that the digit 2 and 3 were actually stuck together like they are in modern birds. I'm not sure he'd go about running an experiment to see if that's true. But I have seen it in some reconstructions, and Bob Barker was saying this back in 1994, 1995. So yeah. And would the fusion have an effect on the function, Mascari? Yeah, I mean, it would mean that you wouldn't be able to separate those fingers. So it would mean that they wouldn't be able to, like, grasp objects in the same way. So rather than having, you know, these fingers separate for grasping, instead these would be together, and so it would be like that. It very well might turn out that dinosaurs like Deinonychus may have, like modern birds, used their wings for flapping, for staying stable on top of their prey as they stand there, sink their claws into it, and just hold it still while they're eating it, while the prey is still breathing. This is called the raptor prey restraint hypothesis. And if that is the primary function of the forelimbs, is flapping like that, instead of grasping, if flapping is primarily what they're doing, then that might make perfect sense that those fingers would be fused together, you know? So yeah, here's illustration by Nate Carroll for Denver Fowler's paper about this in 2012. The predatory ecology of Deinonychus and the origin of flapping flight in birds. There we go. Oh, this is like a... Hang on. Was this actually published? No, it's in PLOS One. Yeah, okay. So that was like, I guess he submitted it to JVP and then got it into PLOS One instead. But there is the paper right there. Predatory ecology of Deinonychus and the origin of flapping in birds. That very well might be what they're doing. That might be the evolution of the bird flight stroke. You know, that may have occurred directly through raptor prey restraint like this. So yeah. Anywho. What about Microraptor, says X4230. Microraptor very well may have been able to glide, but part of me also kind of suspects that the gliding Microraptors may have been juveniles and larger ones may have engaged in behavior like this when they're larger and heavier. We might see, there might be differences in ontogeny there, you know? A lot of that stuff from Liaoning, I suspect, is probably juvenile. A lot of those different critters that we think of as being so small, those are probably juveniles. A lot of cases. It might be the case with Microraptor. So Microraptor might just be a smaller individual of, you know, the adults might look very different. They might look more like Deinonychus. We need more fossils to really figure that out. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, back to this.
For your edification, here is a dinosaur hand, thumb, and two fingers stuck together, and a swivel joint at the top.
You bet,
so the whole
X4.
thing goes back and forth. Zink, zink,
Thanks for your question.
That is a turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand.
Oops Kaput says, why did they evolve feathers early on? What advantage did it give them? Oh, holy cow. So people think about feathers as being a thing that volant birds use for flying. But not all birds use their feathers for flying. Penguins certainly don't. Ostriches certainly don't. It is pretty much a done deal. It's pretty certain that feathers didn't evolve for flight. Feathers evolved for other purposes earlier on. Simple hair-like feathers evolved for probably things like insulation, for maintaining body temperature, for display, maybe for camouflage, maybe for like interspecies signaling to one another. And maybe also just for protection against abrasion. You know, feathers are... they can help you keep from getting scratched up. You know? Yeah. Think about like, woolly chaps on a cowboy. They don't wear these because they look cool. They wear these because they help protect against abrasion. Like, this can save your legs from getting torn up because you've got all of this, like, wool there, you know? Krieger says, but they do look cool. Okay. You're right, they do look cool. It's true. But that's not why they're a thing, you know? Yeah. They also help keep you warm, too. But I'm pretty sure the primary purpose is to protect against abrasion. chaps. There we go. So they're warm, but also... Anyway. And, hey, there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that the way that evolution works is not... Any feature that you evolve has to be useful even in its earliest stages. So you can't start evolving, for instance, wings with feathers without that proffering some immediate advantage to you. You know? You can't be looking forward and going, oh, 10 million years from now, these wings are going to be real useful for flying. So we're just going to stick with it for now, even though we can't fly with our wings yet. That's not how it works. It has to be useful every single step of the way in order for natural selection to act upon it and like, select for that characteristic. So this actually gets us into a really excellent video. There we go. What use is half a wing? The origin of flight from HHMI Biointeractive. This is a phenomenal video, really excellent stuff. So not only does it give some clues as to like what feathers may have originally evolved for, but wings too. How do you evolve a wing, and how do you keep that going without actually having the ability to fly?
The evolution of flight in birds has long been a great scientific puzzle.
Yeah. Babik says, I told my coworkers today turkeys are dinosaurs. Did you give them the printout? Yeah, that's why I've got it. Specifically for coworkers, for strangers on the bus, for, ornery family members. If you're getting into a angry argument at Thanksgiving, be like, well, look at this. Your turkey's a dinosaur. That's not why I made it, but it could be useful for that. Yeah, but I will. Now I will. There you go, Babex. Yeah, feel free to download it from there, and print it out. I made it in black and white, so it's easier to print. Anyhow, but yeah, flight and birds. Where does it come from?
The evolution of flight in birds has long been a great scientific puzzle. Fossil evidence from the past 40 years has established that birds descended from theropods.
Yep.
A lineage of two-legged dinosaurs that included species with feathers on their bodies and arms.
Like Sinosauropteryx there, yeah.
But those early animals could not fly. So how did birds take flight? A new hypothesis came from my studies of young birds that are learning to fly.
Oh no, hang on. HD? 16 months. Holy cow. Yeah. There's a crocodilian right there. There we go. That's what Larry Martin thinks birds evolved from. Thought birds evolved from. Something like that.
Months. That's almost a whole year.
Thank you, HD and HB. I appreciate your ongoing support. 16 months is a long time. That is excellent. Thank you. There we go. How did birds evolve flight?
A new hypothesis came from my studies of young birds that are learning to fly.
Yeah.
And it all started with a bale of hay.
complex scientific instrument right there, you know. Extremely expensive, sophisticated bit of research infrastructure, a bale of hay, you know. Sometimes the greatest discoveries come from the simple things.
I've been studying the mechanics of bird flight for over 3 decades at the University of Montana's Flight Lab. I became interested in an intriguing question that critics of evolutionary theory had posed to Darwin.
Yeah.
So there's a gentleman by the name of Sir George Jackson Mivart. He challenged Charles Darwin when Charles wrote The Origin of Species. Darwin had proposed that structures evolve through intermediates. So a wing would have evolved from forelimb in stages. But some of those early stages were clearly not capable of flight. Mivart confronted Darwin. He said to Darwin, how do you explain in the evolution of birds from reptiles the function of half a wing?
Yeah, what use is half a wing? This is one of those things that, like, creationists have been droning on and on about for, well, over a century at this point. Nearly 2 centuries at this point. And you see this in some of the creationist literature. Like, I've got a book over here. Should be right here. There we go. Goodness. Don't be fooled by stuff like this. Oh, evolutionary fairy tales is what, you know, the creationist authors of this book say. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Consider a reptile whose wings have developed up to 25%. The poor creature obviously cannot fly with only a fourth of his wings, but he cannot run anymore either. Such animals would certainly look funny, dragging those useless partial wings around when they tried to run. In that predicament, they could no longer run fast enough to catch something to eat, nor run away fast enough to escape other animals who wanted to eat them. So what would the result be? Why, they would be eliminated, of course. We can only conclude that belief in such a process of gradual evolution from land reptile into a flying one is just too ridiculous. This is a criticism that people have made over the years. Benefit of hindsight, we know that this is total bogus, but let's talk about why it's bogus. You know? Well, that's how you misunderstand everything, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anywho.
So to answer that question, I looked to a living example. Bird chicks with small, immature wings.
Yep.
I wanted to make careful observations of how chicks use their wings as they learn to fly.
Yeah.
I was keeping the...
And Miss Yvette says, why did you buy that book? Well, for instances like this. Also, I've had that since I was a kid. You know, I think I got that at school. Back when I was in, like, what, 4th grade?
Birds on these shiny floor, clean lab conditions, and trying to have them go up a wall that was slick to fly up to their...
And yeah, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
As soon as a rancher came in once and said, what are these birds doing on the ground? They hate being on the ground. Give them a bale of hay. Give them something to get up on. As soon as I got some hay bales for the chicks, we made an interesting observation. I came back one day, and my son, who had been...
And hang on, HD says, is there any evidence of the evolution of flight in pterosaurs? Not the origin of flight in pterosaurs, at least not between Scleromochlus and our... Let's skip this song, this is too downbeat. There we go. that's better. Trying to find... There's that image from yesterday. Beautiful. So, in pterosaurs, their early fossil record is extremely spotty. So we've got this stage, and we've got this stage. We don't have any of the in-betweens yet. We don't have a lot of fossils from this particular span of time from, like, the early Triassic like this, or middle Triassic. We're looking, but so far we've just got this and this. All these in-betweens, as yet undiscovered. But we think that the transition took place something like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this is Scleromochlus from the Triassic of Scotland. And I think this is either Patinosaurus or Eudimorphodon from the late Triassic of Germany, I want to say. Yeah. So anyway, we need more fossils. Someday we're going to find these, but it hasn't happened yet. We can look at birds right here, the evolution of birds over time. And we used to have a bunch of different missing links right there. We're starting to find more and more and more of them. There's still a big gap between Archaeopteryx and, well, maybe it's not a big gap. Maybe the critter looks a lot like Anchiornis. Anyway, I guess you could say it does. We've filled a lot of those gaps when it comes to bird evolution. A lot of these fossils have come out of China, and they are, they're exquisite. So yeah. But anywho, we don't have it yet for pterosaurs. One day we probably will. But it hasn't happened yet. Anyhow, get back to this.
Been helping me. I asked.
So, trying to observe young birds and their flight characteristics, their flapping and stuff early on in the laboratory under pristine laboratory conditions. That turned out to be a mistake. Pristine laboratory conditions are not how you elicit natural behavior.
Their wings as they learn to fly. I was keeping the birds on these shiny floor, clean lab conditions, and trying to have them go up a wall that was slick to fly up to their siblings. As soon as a rancher came in once and said, "What are these birds doing on the ground? They hate being on the ground."
Yeah.
Give them a bale of hay. Give them something to get up on. As soon as I got some hay bales for the chicks, we made an interesting observation. I came back one day, and my son, who had been helping me, I asked him, "How are they doing? How was the data today?" And he says, "It was horrible." I say, "Why?" He says, "They were cheating."
These young birds were not playing by the rules, you know? I love this so much. They were cheating. You know, those little cheats. What were they doing?
And that moment, a watershed moment in my life. What do you mean they were cheating? They ran straight up vertically. I said, "That's impossible."
Here we go.
To better understand this behavior, my
so
son
cool.
Terry and I decided to carefully measure how young birds use their legs and wings together to travel up ramps of different angles.
Yeah.
So here's our little experimental animal here. And my friend Julia Clark, an expert on the evolutionary origin of birds, joined us on our experiments. The first angle is not steep. It's wild.
Right.
This is not a
trained animal.
This is not a trained animal.
That was easy.
Just walked, no problem,
Stroll.
nonchalant,
Yep.
no wing necessary. Next, we try a sharper angle.
Okay, so this is much steeper than before.
It is.
Let's see what happens.
There we go.
You're not sure what you see because it's so fast.
And until you see it in slow motion, you don't know how beautiful it actually is.
Very cool. So this is kind of partridge, I think.
This time, the bird used its wings as it ran. And every time it felt like it was falling backwards, it used its wings not to pull it up. And this is what we discovered. It wasn't to lift it up and take it like a bird flying straight up to this refuge. It was using its wings to pull it forward onto this.
So it's basically creating like downdraft.
And now,
almost like the spoiler on the back of a drag racer. Yeah. You know, like these fins on the back of a car like this. They create downdraft in order to keep the rear wheels, that are actually the ones that are hooked up to the engine, in order to keep those firmly pressed down so you can get more traction and go faster. That's what that spoiler does on the back. That's also why anytime you see a spoiler on like a Honda Civic or something, rear spoiler, that's I think pretty much useless, because it's a front wheel drive vehicle. It's just there for show. It doesn't do anything. Anyway. But on like a drag racer, rear wheel drive, that spoiler is actually really important. It's creating downdraft. It's helping force those rear wheels, you know, against the pavement there, against the asphalt, so they can get more traction and help the car go faster. So yeah, sure it does. It creates drag, says Jody Fish, and reduces fuel efficiency. Bingo. Yeah. Superbird. Let's try that, Special Agent Bob. Yeah, look at that. Holy cow. Plymouth Superbird. Plymouth Roadrunner Superbird. Why? Why? The spoiler. And it's presumably for downdraft. You know, you want that downforce there. That's what these birds are doing too. Is they're flapping their wings in order to create that downforce to keep their legs pressed against that substrate so they can get more traction and they can go faster. But yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool.
Forward onto this log.
Yeah.
And now a really steep ascent. That is going to be a challenge, right?
So this is now nearly vertical.
This is vertical, standing tall, vertical like any tree.
Right.
Let's see what the animal can do.
That's racing. That makes sense. Yeah.
But
it's still using its legs. Still using its legs.
It climbed with its legs, using its wings to pull it towards.
How cool is that?
The tree, but not to fly it up this.
Yeah.
So they're not flying.
This has turned out to be not just representative of the bird we looked at, but every flight-capable bird that we've looked at in the 15 years since.
Very
dozens
cool.
And dozens of birds. I have also
Owls.
observed the same behavior in the wild. And I have even seen young birds use their wings to assist their hind limbs to paddle across a body of water.
Huh.
So Ken, how did this change the way we think about how dinosaurs get in the air?
Well, we now know that there are a lot of dinosaurs, little feathered theropods that have little wings. And the explanation for their existence is really difficult to resolve. And I think that a reasonable explanation is to look at what young birds with similar wings can do today. Birds show us the possibility of what these dinosaurs could have done. Scientists have long debated two main possibilities for how flight evolved.
We were talking about this yesterday. Trees down or ground up. And then people were making sawdust jokes and stuff. Yeah. Here it is here.
Dinosaurs could have used their clawed hands to climb up trees and then glide down, with this gliding behavior eventually evolving into flight. Or dinosaurs could have run faster and faster on the ground, flapping their wings, and some species then evolved the ability to fly.
So that's ground up.
But our research suggests a third possibility. So every bird that we've looked at, dozens of different species, do this behavior. They exhibit this behavior of flap and running. No gliding. They don't jump off of a bale of hay and glide down, and they don't fly up. They flap, run up, and they flap down. Juvenile theropods might have used their forelimbs similarly. In the adults, the legs alone were probably sufficient to escape predators or to hunt down prey. But in growing theropods, small wings provided an advantage. Just imagine the selective pressure at the time of theropod dinosaurs. Everything's trying to eat everybody, chasing everybody. If you could have moved up to an elevated refuge with the use of these little wings, you would have lived to see tomorrow. Those young theropods would have run up to escape predators and then flap back down when it was safe. Over time, small wings evolved into larger ones until these feathered dinosaurs were able to take to the air.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Give you a link to that. So that's what we call WAIR, W-A-I-R. W-A-I-R. It's not a radio station, it's wing-assisted incline running. Wing-assisted incline running. You create that downward force by flapping, and it helps you move up steep inclines and stuff. Wing-assisted incline running. That's one hypothesis. Another one that kind of dovetails with this, no pun intended, is raptor prey restraint. This idea that these animals could also flap. Dinosaurs like Deinonychus could flap in order to exert force, downward force on their prey to hold them in place as they're eating them. We see this in modern birds of prey, in things like golden eagles. Like, my standard scenario that I'd spell out for this is like, imagine a big golden eagle. You know, one of these massive birds of prey like this that are still around today. These are birds that are very, very formidable. There are hunters on the Mongolian steppe who use these to hunt wolves. They've been known to take down deer and animals like that. So sometimes they're going after prey that's much larger and heavier than they are, much too heavy to fly away with. So sometimes what they'll do is they'll swoop down on a prey item, say like a big jackrabbit or a small deer or something like that, and they'll sink their claws into it. And then they just kind of do this. They sink their claws and they're kind of tearing up the back of the prey animal, and it's losing a lot of blood, it's panicking, it's going into shock, and it's struggling. And as it's struggling, the eagle will flap its wings to stay upright, to exert that downward force, but also to achieve a little bit of lift in the sense that, the prey is struggling in this direction. Well, let me flap my wings to right myself. I'm staying stable like that. So you're still doing that flight structure. You're still that flight. You're still doing that flight motion, the flight stroke. And so you've still got to have all the same musculature, the same aerodynamics, and everything that you would later use further on the line in evolutionary time to take off from the ground. It's that same kind of motion, that same flight stroke, but you're not flying with it yet. And so it's a handy little intermediate that may have been how flight evolved in birds as they're evolving from earlier non-bird dinosaur ancestors. So it's cool to think about. It's very cool to think about. Yeah. And Oops Kaput says, but the book said it would look weird, so therefore it can't be right. That's most creationist arguments boil down to that. You'll find. Yeah. And Horns fan says, do we have any idea if the feathers in these early evolvers were brightly colored or dull? We do, actually. Have some information about that. Yeah. Because some of these fossil feathers are so well preserved, they actually have color cells in them. It's pretty awesome. Here, take a look at this right here. Again, from Yale's press office, revealing the colors of a dinosaur's feathers, a behind-the-scenes look.
In the colors of dinosaurs, as long as they'd known the fossils existed. They interpreted the colors of dinosaurs based on living reptiles, scaly and usually dark browns or muted greens. In the late 90s, people...
Oh,
here's a
it's
step
Steely
by
Dan.
step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh.
Step 1, die.
Steely Dan, thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. 14 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air, Steely Dan. Yeah.
People began to discover
thank you, Dusty Pence. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
With dino fuzz. At that point, it became interesting to know
Digging
those
these
feathers.
bones out of the ground is a slow process.
Baron Vlad 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Does this also mean that things like Microraptor could have used their forearms to help climb trees and things? Maybe, Special Agent Bob. Yeah, we're not totally sure what's going on with Microraptor. There's a lot of debate about that critter, like what exactly it's using its four wings for, because it had big flight feathers coming off of its arms, but also off of its legs. Like, what? Yeah, we might talk about that next if you'd like to.
People began to discover feathered dinosaurs, dinos with dino fuzz. At that point, it became interesting to know how those feathers could have influenced the appearance of them.
How do you figure out what an extinct dinosaur looks like?
What we found out is that fossil feathers, they preserve the melanin, that is the pigment that gives the color to the feather. So the way that I got the idea that we could potentially use this to put colors in dinosaurs came from a very odd angle, because I was actually looking at fossil squids.
Yep.
And we find fossil squids that have the ink sac preserved. And quite interestingly, when you look at this fossilized ink, you can actually see that it preserves the pigments.
Very cool.
That made me think that we should be able to find this pigment, which is melanin, in other kinds of fossils, such as in, for example, feathers.
So how is the melanin preserved? Well.
Melanin pigments are created by pigment cells, which package them in little organelles called melanosomes. These melanosomes are tiny little packages. They come in oblong or rounded shapes.
We have a locality in Denmark that is about 55 million years old, where we find fossilized birds with feathers. So when I took this fossil under a scanning electron microscope and started zooming in on the fossil feathers,
you can look at the shapes of the melanosomes.
I was just met by this ocean of little sausage-shaped structures, and that confirmed my expectations that melanin is very abundant in fossils, and also it means that we can use this sort of information to put colors on dinosaurs.
Pretty neat. Does melanin have different... Yeah, absolutely. Kapoots, yeah.
What we were able to do was compare the shape and size and density of the melanosomes in these fossil feathers to the feathers of living birds.
So you can use living birds as like a color key, basically.
Or predict the color of these fossil feathers when the animal was alive. This has allowed us to create the first description of the plumage color of an extinct dinosaur in history.
Yeah. So what did the dinosaur look like? Well.
The dinosaur is an animal called Anchiornis, and it's about the size of a chicken, and it has a rather spectacular plumage, including a red color on the crest, and spotting and bracketing of black and white and gray colors on the rest of the plumage.
Very cool.
What Rick, he said when he first saw this thing and we started realizing what kind of color patterns it had, he said it looks like a spangled Hamburg. If you see this Anchiornis, as it's called, and just have a quick look at it and look away, I think most people would say that it looks like a chicken.
I don't think it looks like a chicken, but I'll show you a clip from Life on Our Planet.
This is Anchiornis.
Yeah.
She's a
and you might recognize that voice too. Holy cow. It's none other than from the Half-Life video game, Morgan Freeman, the man himself.
Small feathered dinosaur.
Never gets old. It's starting to get old to me, Clever. I make that joke every time. Uh-oh.
And he's hungry.
Here comes Signraptor, big Allosauride dinosaur. It's so clumsy.
Is slow and clumsy.
I like this too, Wilco. There's a few things I would have changed, but I love the broad reach of this. That's my favorite part about it. You know, on Netflix, millions of people are going to see this.
But Anchiornis has run here for a reason. She can fly. One small step for a dinosaur, for life on Earth. With these early gliders, a new dynasty was born. And it was flight that would help their descendants stay alive in the era after the asteroid.
Anywho, but these animals actually glide, you know? It's kind of an open question. And Casey Snowart just gave us a shout out. Let's return the favor. There we go. Good stuff. Anywho, there was a... Well, here. There's a documentary all about Microraptor and, trying to figure this critter out. It had Larry Martin in it, too, before he died. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it. Hang on a minute. Let me check my notes and see if it might be in here. Microraptor. Would be in the archive if it existed, and I'm not seeing it. Nope. Shoot. Looking for it here, and let's see. Let's just search Chinese feathered dinosaurs, shall we? Maybe documentary. Rise of the Feathered Dragons is the one we watched the other day with Matt LaManna. But there was a good one where they were trying to figure out Microraptor and reconstructing it in different ways. And I'm not sure if it's still going to be on YouTube. Could be this. A year ago doesn't sound right, though. I think it showed up earlier than that. History of the Feathered Dragons. Could be that.
This bird, a lot of used for flight.
There's Shushing there. We might just watch this. Let's see what this is.
Won't make
Now, this is one of those like AI ones, right? Ugh. Get rid of that. Anywho. Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, do you know if any dinosaurs were ever albinos? Now that we're talking about melanin. We don't have any evidence of that, but, you know, modern birds are sometimes born with... They're born leucistic or albino, I think. So yeah, chances are there would have been some dinosaurs born like that, but we just don't... We don't really have any reason to discuss it because we don't have any fossils that indicate that. Yeah. It's not unlikely, no, but at the same time, it's like, well... Yeah, I don't see why not, but... That's about all I can say. You know? Yeah. And I do often download those videos, Dr. Irrefutable, yeah. Yeah. Especially if I'm going to use clips in various cold open videos and things like that. But let's talk for a bit about Microraptor. Because this is one of these animals, it is a dromaeosaur. So... This is that family of dinosaurs that includes Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Utahraptor, and Microraptor there too, by the guy's elbow. Little Microraptor, number 1 in the diagram. Little blue Microraptor. You'll see different reconstructions of this critter kind of doing different things. So in some reconstructions, they're spread out flat like this, and they're using their legs to glide as like a second set of gliding wings, basically. But I don't know if they could actually do that. Could they actually totally do the splits with their legs that way? Because dinosaur femurs, the thigh bone, wouldn't normally allow for this kind of extension like that. For that kind of splaying out. Because a dinosaur femur, like for instance, a Tyrannosaurus femur, that'll work, I guess. Take a look at this Tyrannosaurus femur right here, thigh bone. This is the left femur. There's the knee, and there's where that trochanter fits into the acetabulum, fits into the hip socket. And so it's moving back and forth like this. It's kind of a limited range of motion, you know? It's not like you can take this and stick the leg way out to the side. That's at like a right angle right there. And so it's kind of got to slot in at a right angle, you know? And the acetabulum is not angled for such splits, says Claire Burr, and that's what we typically think of for theropod dinosaurs, is like they couldn't really do that. And yet you see these reconstructions of Microraptor where they're full on doing the splits, you know? Could they do that? It's disputed. I tend to think it's more likely that they were doing something like this, where their legs are still kind of oriented vertically, and then maybe they're using those long feathers on their arms and legs for steering, if they are doing gliding like this. But again, maybe this is a juvenile thing. Microraptor is a small critter. Maybe it's a juvenile. I don't know if anybody's done any histosectioning on these animals to actually see at what growth stage they're dying, you know? Because it could turn out that they're all small because they're juveniles, and it could be that the adults are far larger, and maybe they're moving away from this gliding thing into doing something different later on in life. We don't really know. We're still figuring this out, you know? Yeah. So similar to a hydrofoil, Jody Fish asks, an aerofoil while the upper wings are providing more thrust? Maybe. It could be that those are more acting like a tail rudder kind of a deal, like on an aircraft, Think about like a twin boom aircraft, like a Lockheed P-38 Lightning. So this is an aircraft that's got that twin boom design like this, and it's got dual, you know, like tail rudders on the back. Maybe they're doing something like that. I don't know. I'm not an aeronautical engineer. I don't really study flight in animals extinct or extant. But that was my first thought when seeing, Microraptor doing this. Is like, oh, twin tail rudders. Maybe that's what the legs are doing, like on like an old P-38. You know, it's a beautiful plane. It really is. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah. Nerduino, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. But yeah. Thunderbolt was the Jug, the P-47 Thunderbolt. That's a very different plane. Very, very different plane. Yeah. And Special Agent Bob says, I wonder if the full spread eagle thing is something people come to think of, like wingsuits and whatnot. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna take another minute and try and find that documentary. Dinosaur bird videos. It might be in here. Case of flying dinosaur. That's not it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that. But there was a wonderful old documentary where there were two different teams looking at Microraptor. And Larry Martin was on one of the teams. And, yeah. Anyway, let's just get back to where we were in the Paleo World documentary here, talking with, looking at... No, Bob Bacher talking about the turkey here. Go back a titch so that anybody just joining us will know what's going on.
If Bacher's right, Thanksgiving will never be the same.
Okay. I love to do this. I do this every Thanksgiving. You may think that this is a turkey. This is not a turkey. This is a dinosaur. This is a raptor. And I can prove it to you. The hand of the turkey, wonderful device. The hand of the turkey has a thumb and two fingers stuck together. Index
We were
finger
talking about this earlier.
and middle finger, all
Did-
attached together to make a
Did
swivel.
Deinonychus actually have a digit 2
No
and
other
3 stuck to
animal
each
alive
other?
Today, except birds have that kind of.
I think we need more work on that.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Now, for your edification, here is a dinosaur hand, thumb, and two fingers stuck together. And
Were they really stuck together, though?
top, so the whole thing
That's an
goes back
interesting
and forth.
idea, and I don't think it's been
Does it
tested
say
recently.
That is a turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand. But wait, there's more. Here at the lower end of the shin is the joint for the ankle. It rolls around like that. It's a great big tendon that goes to the foot, flexes the foot backwards. Whack, whack, whack. Okay? And right here at the bottom of your dinosaur shin bone
tibia
is the
right there.
same sort of joint.
Yep.
No other animal, extinct or living, besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone.
Yep.
And finally, look how wide the hip bones are. That's all four thigh muscles, all that dark meat. Look at all the dark meat over here. Look at immense. If you dissect any other kind of animal besides a bird, you don't find wide thighs. You know, birds have wide thighs.
I wonder if kangaroos have that. That would be interesting to look at. Yeah.
Deinonychus has a thigh just like that. Nearly all dinosaurs do. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur. It is a living raptor.
So, anyway, Bob Bacher was kind of an early proponent of this idea. He was a student of John Ostrom at Yale back in the 1960s and 70s. And John Ostrom was really helping to kind of push that idea forward, that birds evolved from dinosaurs. And he eventually convinced a lot of people, and shoot, we've had tons and tons of fossil evidence that's borne this out, and that's the general consensus now. But there were some researchers who were not convinced.
Do you believe that?
Well, somebody like Bob Bacher might say that if you see a flock of birds today, you've really seen a flock of dinosaurs. Well, I'll tell you what, I think you've just seen
I'll tell you what, it sounds like Hank Hill. And he calls him Backer, too.
Birds today, you've really seen a flock of dinosaurs. Well, I'll tell you what, I think you've just seen a flock of birds.
Oh, man, that boy ain't right. Shoot, I used to be able to do a Hank Hill, and it just comes across as Charles Barkley now. Dang it, Bobby. Oh, no, terrible. Oh, then they're going to take the ball, and they're going to put it into the hoop. Terrible. Yeah, I can't. I used to be able to do a Hank Hill. I need to work on that.
Flock of dinosaurs. Well, I'll tell you what, I think you've just seen a flock of birds.
There you go, Special Angel Bob. Yeah.
Larry Martin believes birds evolved directly from reptiles. He sees no connection between birds and dinosaurs on the family tree.
Yeah, so... Man, poor Larry Martin. Again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. He went to his grave thinking this in 2013. Even, like, discoveries of feathered dinosaurs and all of these, like, beautiful kind of in-betweens between avian dinosaurs and non-avian dinosaurs. He wasn't convinced by any of this stuff. And there is an old saying that science progresses one funeral at a time. And it's, it sounds harsh, but sometimes it's true, you know? Yeah, up to 2013, yeah, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, HD. No, I'm not going to do that right now. We have enough tangents so far.
Timing is everything. He's quick to point out a flaw in Bacher's theory. A single, irrefutable piece of logic.
And he does have a point about this. That's the frustrating thing, is that, like, he's got some counter-arguments, and they all make sense. Like, Larry Martin was a good scientist. He was wrong about this, but his objections to the dinosaurian origin of birds, they do all make sense.
The dates are wrong.
And one of the major problems with the dinosaur hypothesis is that the dinosaurs that they compare to Archaeopteryx, like Deinonychus, for instance, are all younger than Archaeopteryx.
From later in time.
And so it's really difficult to be younger than your grandparents.
Wait, what? It's difficult to be younger than your grandparents? I don't think that's difficult. I think I do that every day, you know? He didn't word that the most gracefully, but he does actually have a good point here. In that the dinosaurs like Deinonychus and Velociraptor and other dinosaurs that have been touted as, like, oh, these almost look like they're on the line to birds, they're all from after the first birds. Or at least they were up until this point.
And so it's really difficult to be younger than your grandparents.
Archaeopteryx is 150 million years old. The earliest raptor ever found is 50 million years younger. Unless an older raptor is discovered, the theory doesn't add up.
This was how things stood in the mid-1990s. We didn't have dromaeosaurs or troodontids or any kind of Deinonychosaur like that was older than Archaeopteryx back then. And so this was a real killer argument back in the 90s. And then people who did think that birds evolved from dinosaurs, they said, well, eventually we're going to find some that are older than Archaeopteryx. And sure enough, we did. critters like Anchiornis is older than Deinonychus. And older than Archaeopteryx, too. We're starting to get bits and bobs of dromaeosaurs and troodontids from, like, possibly the Middle Jurassic. A lot of these things haven't been published yet, but Anchiornis for sure is older than Archaeopteryx. So we know that these critters predate the first birds. We don't yet know exactly which lineage gave rise to birds, though. Was it the dromaeosaurs? Was it the troodontids? Was it a group that gave rise to both of those groups? Did both of those groups evolve from the earliest birds? We don't know that part yet. We know that birds are dinosaurs. We know they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor, but we don't know exactly which dinosaur ancestor yet. That is still up in the air, and that is... Every time that I'm hanging out with other paleontologists who work on bird origins and work on Menaraptoran theropods, that's usually one of those things that I'm quick to ask them. It's like, hey, any new gossip about this? Any new specimens? Thank you, Rocco Thano, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. Anyhow. And I'll see you later, Dr. Irrefutable. Thanks for being here. Anyway, so, back in the 90s, this was a solid argument. That we just didn't have any raptor dinosaurs that predate Archaeopteryx. Now we do have some.
Old. The earliest raptor ever found is 50 million years younger. Unless an older raptor is discovered, the theory doesn't add up.
Now we've got those.
Until then, Larry Martin continues to chase his own evidence.
There.
Well, find the big one.
Ooh, we've got a fish here, Dr. Martin.
Yeah?
I think. Well, come over, take a look.
Okay.
There's the megaside.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Really dark matrix.
Yeah, it's hard to see it in that. I like that. Well, go back, see if you can get a bird.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. The birds ate the fish, didn't they?
Right. That's a good place.
Well, then we've got the food. We've got the bottom of the food chain going.
Oh boy, they never ended up finding anything.
Every clue is vital. Fossils are scarce. In 1984, Martin's hopes were raised by a stunning discovery.
I'll see you, Dan the BC Man. Thanks for being here.
In the small town of Post, Texas.
Oh boy, Protoavis.
The creature was dubbed Protoavis, or early bird.
Oh boy.
Protoavis is a great piece of evidence for my argument. It has a special type of articulation for the jaw, which otherwise only found in birds. And if that's correctly interpreted, then I think you reasonably could argue that it's a bird.
What's crucial is the age of Protoavis. It lived 225 million years ago, before true dinosaurs appeared.
And that's not before true dinosaurs appeared. We've got dinosaurs that go back to like 230 million years ago and older at this point. But it still would be a big deal. It'd be like, holy cow, this is a proto-bird that doesn't seem to have evolved from dinosaurs? Like, what? Unfortunately, Protoavis just turned out to be a big old nothing burger. So we've got a scattering of bones that are probably unrelated to one another. Probably like... It's a chimera, so probably from a number of different creatures. None of which were birds. So, Protoavis... Got a short summary of that right here. Many paleontologists doubt that Protoavis is a bird, or that all the remains assigned to it even come from a single species, because of the circumstances of its discovery and unconvincing avian synapomorphies in its fragmentary material. So all of the like telltale bird features that should be there aren't, or they're like highly dubious. So the fossils were a jumbled cache of disarticulated bones that may reflect an incident of mass mortality following a flash flood. There's the fossils of the critter right there. arranged as if they were a bird. And, yeah. They don't actually, like, fit. And they don't all seem to be from the same critter. Yeah. So even Sankar Chatterjee, who originally published on it, now no longer thinks that it's a bird. Yeah. Discovery and history. Wow, this is a long article. This is surprisingly in-depth. Yeah. Anyway, the lucid analyses offered by Chatterjee are in many cases more artistic creativeness than accurate description. A bunch of citations there. Anyhow. But yeah, even Chatterjee himself nowadays is like, yeah, I don't think it actually is a bird. Yeah. So, Proto-Avis has really kind of crashed and burned since its initial fanfare. Yeah. Terminator Pig says, when was the earliest known bird beak? Archaeopteryx, so far. Archaeopteryx had a beak, and it's the earliest bird we have. About 150 million years old. Yeah. First time I've seen the phrase, a problematic taxon. Oh yeah, Horns fan. Yeah. Yeah, a nomen dubium. That's the hyperlink there. A scientific name that is of unknown or doubtful application. So something that turns out to, like, not actually be a new species, we think. It's dubious. Nomen dubium. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Proto-Avis supports Morton's theory, if he can prove it's a bird.
Yeah, and nobody's been able to do that.
Feathers were found. Without feathers, Proto-Avis remains controversial.
And Clearburst says, is that newish? I always remember Archaeopteryx being portrayed with a skinned snoot. Oh. There were some talks about that at SVP this year. I think it's okay that I share that, but yeah, it had to be.
And Martin still faces the daunting task of finding a creature that mastered the air long before dinosaurs ruled the earth.
I think this means that both the insects...
And as for Brontosaurus, I consider it dubious, but there are other paleontologists who are using the name again. It was sunk a long time ago. It was like 1903. I think Elmer Riggs sunk Brontosaurus, and then I think it was in the 70s that Jack McIntosh helped, like, get that idea into the public consciousness. More recently, there's been a couple of papers by some kind of like paleosystematists who are like, yeah, we're looking at all of these different sauropod remains, and every single one of these is a new species, and Brontosaurus is back. I have my doubts. And I think most sauropod workers have their doubts about that. I don't work on sauropods, but at least not yet. But most dinosaur paleontologists who work on sauropods, I think, still aren't using the name Brontosaurus, but some are nowadays. So it's kind of in flux. Yeah. But it is a great name, though. Brontosaurus. Holy cow. Yeah, Thunder Lizard. It's one of the greatest dinosaur names. It's unfortunate that it's probably the same animal as Apatosaurus, I think. And the name Apatosaurus was published first. So the rules state we got to go with that one. The rules of priority in biological nomenclature state that the first published name is the one that gets to stay. The other ones you got to get rid of. So yeah. But whatever you call it, it's a critter like that exists. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. I really hate it when people who should know better, sometimes like professional science communicators will go, oh, well, you know, Brontosaurus never existed. What are you talking about? this is a semantic argument. It's not an argument about the existence of a particular kind of dinosaur. It's just, should we use the name Brontosaurus or not? It's an argument about names, not about the existence of this particular critter. The specimen to which the name Brontosaurus was affixed was a real dinosaur. Like that. Those are fossil bones. They came from an animal. Don't confuse people by saying, oh, it never existed. We're just arguing about names here, you know? Really gets my goat sometimes. But yeah. Very funny Horns fan, yeah. Yeah. And Special Agent Bob. No, so the deal with Brontosaurus is that I think it was Emmanuel Schaap et al. Were kind of going through a bunch of old publications and like trying to figure out. They were reevaluating a bunch of these old specimens, and yeah, Othniel Charles Marsh named Brontosaurus in 1879, Brontosaurus excelsus. But it turns out he'd previously named another sauropod dinosaur, Apatosaurus, before that. Oh yeah. Anywho. An extensive 2015 paper, yeah, that was Schaap et al. 2015, found Brontosaurus to be a valid name. However, the status of Brontosaurus is still uncertain, with some paleontologists still considering it a synonym of Apatosaurus. So yeah. An extensive study published in 2015 by a joint British-Portuguese research team concluded that Brontosaurus was a valid genus of sauropod distinct from Apatosaurus. Nevertheless, not all paleontologists agree with this division. So yeah, Mike Demick and Don Prothero. Yeah. If you'd like to read more about that, you can do so here. Yeah. The new study takes a non-traditional approach to taxonomy, the science of classifying animals. Yeah. So should museums rush out to print new signs for their Apatosaurus bones on display, call them Brontosaurus again? Perhaps not just yet. As admitted by the paper's authors, the results are far from indisputable. Just a few changes in the data result in new family trees collapsing into a jumbled bush. The tangle of taxonomy surrounding Brontosaurus has only just been rekindled, and there are sure to be more surprises along the way. For me, it looks like introducing myself as a paleontologist and answering questions about Brontosaurus that follow won't be getting simpler anytime soon. So here's a lovely link to that in Time magazine. Well. Time.com. Good stuff. This does help illustrate a really, really important point about science in general. Paleontology, but also science much more broadly. And it's that in science, the truth is often complicated. And we're still learning a lot of things, you know? Finding, absolute truth to certain arguments is tricky. These are things that take sometimes decades to cohere around. You might have groups of researchers that will argue about something and present data for either side of a dispute, and then slowly over time the truth kind of starts to come out and you get a gradual general consensus that sort of forms over a topic. We had that with the dinosaurian origin of birds. Nowadays there's a general consensus. Hardly anybody disputes that birds evolved from dinosaurs because the evidence for that is so strong. But back in the 90s, when Larry Martin was doing his thing, this is not the case yet. We didn't have, smoking gun evidence of birds having evolved from dinosaurs. It was still a matter of dispute. And that's the same with Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus. We need more fossils, we need more people studying them, we need more publications. Frankly, we need more funding for this kind of thing, too. Science isn't about... It isn't about, like, super cut and dry arguments about, like, oh, well, you know, this animal is definitely called this now. Sometimes these things are complicated and squishy because we're dealing with names that we apply, like Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus, to fossil organisms. And figuring out if they actually are the same species can be really tricky. And that's okay. There's a lot of uncertainty in science, because science is, you know, we're at the bleeding edge of human knowledge. We're making new discoveries all the time. Of course there's going to be uncertainty there. You know? That's not a bad thing. That's an exciting thing. Isn't it, Mini Pie? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. You having a good day, Minnie? I already gave you some treats, but maybe, if you're good, I'll give you some more. What do you think? Would you like some more treats? Here, let's continue our video.
Long before dinosaurs ruled the earth.
I think this means that both the insects and the fish are occurring very close to the shoreline. That's what we're really counting on. I don't suspect these early birds could...
Dealwing says, isn't Tyrannosaurus rex the junior synonym, but they made up a new rule to keep the name? Not really. Manospondylus gigas was published first, but it was highly dubious. So, you know, there's rules around this kind of thing. And some of those rules are outlined in, Mini Pie is going to think that I'm grabbing treats. I'm not yet, Mini Pie, so don't get too excited, okay? But, procedure in taxonomy and the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. These books have some of the, like, guidelines and stuff on which names are valid and which ones aren't. Like, this is basically the rule book right here. This little red book right there, the ICZN code. There we go. So rules of priority and stuff are all in here. Yeah, eligibility as name-bearing type specimens. Specimens that are already name-bearing types. The fact that a specimen is already a name-bearing type of one nominal species group taxon does not prevent it being the name-bearing type or part of the name-bearing type of another. You know, stuff like this. All of the, like, nitty-gritty rules in here are what we've agreed on as scientists who study animals, zoologists, including to a certain extent paleontologists. Yeah. So in the case of T-Rex, there were fragmentary fossils found of a creature that later probably turned out to be T-Rex. I think it was it Edward Drinker Cope named it Manospondylus gigas? But it was just like a single tumbled up vertebra, I think. Not very diagnostic. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, Manospondylus. Where is that? Yeah, in 1892, Edward Drinker Cope found two vertebral fragments of a large dinosaur. Cope believed the fragments belonged to an agathamid or ceratopsid dinosaur, and named them Manospondylus gigas, meaning giant porous vertebra, in reference to the numerous openings for blood vessels he found in the bone. M. gigas remains were in 1907 identified by Hatcher as those of a theropod rather than a ceratopsid. So there's that original specimen that Cope named Manospondylus gigas. He thought it was from a horned dinosaur. He gave it this name. Later on, it was realized this is probably from T-Rex. So did we ditch the name Tyrannosaurus Rex and go with Manospondylus gigas because Edward Drinker Cope happened to name this thing? Probably from the same animal as T-Rex eventually? No, we're not going to ditch that name. It would be that kind of slavish rule following doesn't serve anybody, you know? And I really wish that this idea were... more people would get this into their heads. That rules exist to serve people, not the other way around. And the International Code for Zoological Nomenclature, there are rules in here that conform to that. They're like, well, if it's going to confuse the public and confuse researchers, and, you know, then don't do it, basically, you know? Don't get rid of a really good name because of some stupid technicality, you know? Stephen Jay Gould had an excellent article about this. I think it's Bully for Brontosaurus. Yeah. There we go. Browse. Bully for Brontosaurus. There we go. Oh, these are just summaries, huh? Yeah. From time to time, it is discovered that the same organism has been independently described by more than one source. When discovered, a decision must be made as to which name and description is to remain and which is to be discarded. Yeah. Rules were modified in 1913 at the gathering of the International Zoological Conferences in Monaco. Plenary powers decision which emphasized priority but allowed the ICZN the power to grant exceptions. Anyway, if I could find you a PDF of that particular chapter, that would be excellent. Here. Watch out, Mini Pie. Is it... There we go. Yeah. One of my favorite names recently had a much closer brush with official extinction. The generic names of many animals are the same as their common designation. The gorilla is gorilla. That's the genus name for a gorilla. The rat is Rattus. But I only know of one case of a vernacular name identical with both the generic and specific parts of the technical Latin. So the genus and species name, the same as the common name. The boa constrictor is, but almost wasn't, boa constrictor. And it would be a darn shame if we lost this lovely consonants. Nevertheless, in 1976, boa constrictor barely survived one of the closest contests ever brought before the commission, as 13 members voted to suppress this grand name in favor of boa canina, while 15 noble nays stood firm and saved the day. The details are numerous, not relevant to this essay. Briefly, in the founding document of 1758, Carl Linnaeus placed the 9 species in his genus Boa, including Canina and Constrictor. As later zoologists divided Linnaeus's overly broad concept of boa into several genera, a key question inevitably arose: which of Linnaeus's original species should become the type, or name bearer, for the restricted version of boa, which should be assigned to other genera? Many professional herpetologists have accepted Canada as the best name bearer, and assigned Constrictor to another genus. But a world of both technical and common usage, from textbooks to zoo labels to horror films, recognized boa constrictor. The commission narrowly opted in a tight squeeze. He says, sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Oh boy. For the name we all know and love. Ernst Mayr, in casting his decisive vote, yeah, Ernst Mayr, cited the virtue of stability in validating common usage, the basis for the plenary powers decision in the first place. I think this is clearly a case where stability is best served by following usage in the general zoological literature. I've asked numerous zoologists, what species does the genus boa call to your mind? And they all said immediately, constrictor. Making constrictor the type of boa will remove all ambiguity from the literature. This debate often strikes non-professionals as a bit ridiculous, a sign perhaps that taxonomy is more wordplay than science. After all, science studies the external world through the dark glass of our prejudices and perceptions, to be sure. Questions of first publication versus common usage raise no issues about the animals out there, and only concern human conventions for naming. But this is the point, not the problem. These are debates about names, not things, and the arbitrary criteria of human decision-making, not boundaries imposed by the external world, apply to our resolutions. The aim of these debates, although not always, alas, the outcomes, is to cut through the verbiage, reach a stable and practical decision, and move on to the world of things. I'll give you a link right here from archive.org. There we go. But when we're having discussions about what name should remain, should we get rid of Brontosaurus, keep Apatosaurus, or what do we do? There's a certain degree of arbitrariness there. And you got to consider how best do we serve the public and serve each other as researchers to make things simpler, you know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, we kind of got into the weeds there a little bit, but thanks for staying with us. Thank you for staying with us. I think this got kicked off because somebody was asking about Brontosaurus, but yeah. Also, Gould is not the easiest to read out loud. Very verbose. I think he's got a beautiful writing style, but maybe not the best suited to a live stream. Mini Pie, you got these hairs sticking out over here. What's this going on? Some gray hairs. Do you want some treats? Is that what you want? You want some treats, Mini Pie? I think we can make that happen. Yeah. What's falling down over here? Ooh, yeah. That'll get you to stand up. There we go. Look at all those. Good stuff. And we are almost out. We gotta get some more greenies. Are they on the wish list? We're almost out of the dental treats for our cats here. There we go. Add to list. Paleontologizing wish list. There we go. Excellent. They are on there now. There we go. Right there. Cat treats. What do you think, Mini Pie? Good stuff? Are you content? I guess so. Well. Yeah. Anywho, I've got a bunch of 3D printer filaments on the wish list as well. We haven't even looked at the 3D printer so far this stream. Luckily, things are going well. I'm printing more of this Edmontosaurus skull, which I am pretty excited about. Holy cow. Here we go. This is what I am currently printing. this beautiful critter. The files are available for free online, and I'll give you the link right here. You're supposed to print it half size. That's what they're scaled for. I embiggened them by 100%. So mine will be life size, which I'm real excited about. Edmontosaurus is this beautiful big duck-billed dinosaur from the very end of the Cretaceous period. Pretty sure this is Edmontosaurus anectens. One of the biggest of the duck-billed dinosaurs. Yeah, a big honkin' critter. They get even bigger than this. That doesn't really do it justice. Yeah, holy cow. What a cool animal. It might be this same skull, actually, from this this mount you can get from Black Hills Institute. I think it is the same one. It looks like it. Yeah. So that's what's on the printer right now. It'll be a few weeks until this is done, I think, because I've got so many more pieces to print. It's gonna be big. It is gonna be big. On the BHI site, look for dimensions here. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm saving a lot of money by 3D printing this. 6 big ones. Holy moly. Ah!
Blue is cheap.
99 centimeters long. Well. Almost a whole meter. So that's going to be... Provided the scale that I have is the same, it'll be this long. A whole meter. Well, 99 centimeters at least. Yeah. 0.99 of a meter. That's almost a whole meter. There you go, HD. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm excited about that. Produced from a composite of original bones from the Ruth Mason Dinosaur Quarry north of Faith, South Dakota. Hang on. That name sounds familiar. Didn't she show up in a clip we had? Ruth Mason? Let me find this. Is it here?
Process.
Yeah. Here.
A dead dinosaur might be covered by layers of silt and clay.
We're getting to it. Here.
The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock. A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted and the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people...
Lions Forever Trash says, tell me one interesting fact, please. How about this? The state of Utah, Bucker's talking about Colorado here, but the state of Utah has got 3 official dinosaurs. Their official state dinosaur, Utah Raptor, is the official state dinosaur. Their official state fossil, Allosaurus, is also a dinosaur. And their state bird, the California gull, is also a dinosaur. So Utah has 3 official state dinosaurs, so to speak. Yeah. And yes, Utah's official state bird is the California gull. The California gull is the state bird of Utah. Pretty funny, I think, especially as a Californian. Broadcasting to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I've always been a Californian at heart, even when I've lived in other states. I don't know if it is particularly sunny right now, is it? No, it's kind of hazy and rainy. You can't even see the Golden Gate Bridge. This is a live view from the Lawrence Hall of Science up in the Berkeley Hills. Just a Bay Bridge. There's San Francisco. You can barely see it in the fog, in the haze. It's got to be pretty rainy out there, I guess. Huh. Anyway. Yeah. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Ruth Mason.
Burial places
I think
were
she's
uplifted,
in
and
this.
the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious. Ruth Mason grew up on land homesteaded
That's her.
by her parents just outside Faith, South Dakota.
Holy cow. We're really going in for a smooch there. Hang on. But yeah, so the Edmontosaurus, I'm pretty sure the one that I'm printing right now, is based on... that specimen from the Black Hills Institute. Original files can be found here. Oh, come on. They've disabled links? Whatever. I guess we'll copy and paste. Is this the BHI specimen? Because I think it is. And if it is, it's from Ruth Mason's land. Yeah, that totally looks like it. I'm done. I just finished printing the snout. The distal end of the premax layer. Yeah. There we go. That looks awful similar. Pretty sure it's the same specimen. I think this is the Black Hills Institute specimen there. Yeah, look at those fringes right there in the premax. Fringes right there. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Very ducky bill. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And you can download it from here. Yeah. So, does it say Black Hills Institute? It probably does. It's from the lobby of the Science Museum of Minnesota. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's that BHI specimen. That's totally this one. It is. Yeah. So right here it says... Ruth Mason Quarry. There we go. Bones from the Ruth Mason Dinosaur Quarry north of Faith, South Dakota. And here she is.
It's just outside Faith, South Dakota.
There you go.
Now called Grandma by just about everyone, Ruth spent many childhood hours wandering the ranch. She was probably looking for some quiet moments away from a cabin crowded with 8 brothers and sisters.
Holy cow.
On her journeys, she picked up rocks.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I picked up rocks and bones and what have you. I wasn't too old when here on the riverbank, this riverbank, is where the biggest piece of bone that I seen was sticking out of that bank. Oh, it's over 50 years ago. So I just wondered what this big bone was from. It was a great big one.
We found a big tyrannosaurus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come and started digging.
Oh, I was going to make that into an alert. I forgot.
Exposing the fossilized bones of an anatosaur. Okay. These remains, carefully separated from their matrix and articulated, will look much like this specimen at the Museum of Natural History in Denver.
Yeah.
The hope of finding more pieces of this gigantic puzzle keeps the diggers picking away at their assigned portion of hillside.
First armored tank, you might say.
Iggy the house cat.
That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here's a link to that documentary there. Did you just post the same one, Claire? Probably is. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. So, duckbill dinosaurs like this. like Edmontosaurus, whom I'm printing up right now, despite the name, and despite the ducky appearance, these are not closely related to birds. This is from the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree from birds. This is an ornithischian dinosaur, a so-called bird-hipped dinosaur. Birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs, they evolved from the saurischians, the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Anyhow, let's get back to this.
Fly too well, so we don't expect them to get too far out to sea. We found a place that's the right age. It's Jurassic, a little older than the rocks that Archaeopteryx occur in, so it ought to have some new information on the question. The rocks are the right sort of environment to preserve very detailed information. If we find a skeleton of a bird here, we will find feathers with it, just like they find with the Archaeopteryx. And it's just a matter now of looking. And I would greatly enjoy being able to present a bird from this unit to Bob Backer. And I think that probably it would serve my cause. I think it would prove my case.
Too bad it didn't happen. Yeah. That's the thing about science is, in the end,
may not lie in the earth.
There is actually, like they say in, like they say in the X-Files, the truth is out there. That's like a core tenet of science is, yes, there is an objective reality to observe, to study, to test. And when we do science and we test ideas, we're trying to get ever closer to that. And yeah, in this case, we do have a general consensus that's formed over the years. Yes, birds did evolve from dinosaurs. Birds find their origin within Theropoda, within that branch of the dinosaur family tree.
Clues may come from the realm of the bird.
Becoming less wrong as we learn. There you go, Claire. Yes.
Flight is the mark of a bird.
And yeah, let me hydrate. Thank you.
Raptors moved at great speed. But could they have taken to the air? Is it possible? Could dinosaurs fly? Powered flight is no accident of evolution. It's a complex event. Flight demands that a creature have feathers to master the air. But first, those feathers need to get airborne. Did a dinosaur have the basic essentials to fly? Bob Bacher says yes.
This is a baby raptor 5 days old.
Emu.
Well, it's an emu 5 days old, but a baby raptor would look a lot like this. There's an idea that feathers first evolved to insulate a chick. Not a bad idea. So if we could go back in time, maybe we'd see a baby Deinonychus with feathers, and raptors had wraparound fingers with sharp claws.
So this is kind of frustrating that, like, Bob Bacher, he was closer to the truth earlier in his career when he argued that dinosaurs like Deinonychus probably had feathers all over their bodies. In adulthood, too. Here, I'll grab a book off the shelf here from 1986. Bob Bacher argued in this book, The Dinosaur Heresies, that dinosaurs like Deinonychus very well may have been feathered. There we go. Archaeopteryx paternity suit, the dinosaur-bird connection. So a lot of these ideas he developed alongside, or maybe from, John Ostrom. There's his illustrations of Archaeopteryx right there. Going after some fishes. But yeah. Bird-like dinosaurs. We've got a Deinonychus-like dinosaur with feathers right there. And there we go. This is what I wanted to show you. Feathered Deinonychus. This is back in 1986. This is before Jurassic Park. This is before the discovery of feathered dinosaurs in China. This is, goes back pretty far, you know? Yeah. So avian were these dinosaurs, it is quite probable that they had already evolved feathers for insulating their bodies. You're right, it's right there. He didn't go far enough. We now know that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. Like we talked about earlier in today's stream, we now recognize that Deinonychus was a fully feathered animal. And that's funny. There's Bacher's Deinonychus covered with feathers. That's funny. But yeah. Going back to life on our planet, we've got a lovely depiction of a feathered Deinonychus here. This just came out, what, last year?
This is Deinonychus. Despite its endearing appearance, it's a dinosaur.
What do you mean, despite its endearing appearance?
Dinosaur.
All dinosaurs look endearing.
Deinonychus translates as terrible claw. But that's not his only strength. He's also got keen vision and excellent hearing.
Yep.
But his most eye-catching adaptation is his feathers. Simple feather-like structures first appeared back in the Triassic. Not for flight, but for warmth.
I agree, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
Being able to stay warm means this branch of dinosaurs, the theropods, can be active day and night, giving them more time to raise their young as part of a family. Living in a group has other advantages too, especially when it's time to find food.
Yeah. Anywho, so here's the thing, is that Bacher back in 86 is arguing that dinosaurs like Deinonychus probably had feathers, and here he talks about how the babies may have had feathers. We now know the adults did too. He almost kind of went back on that.
Not a bad idea. So if we could go back in time, maybe we'd see a baby Deinonychus with feathers, and raptors had wraparound fingers with sharp claws. So a raptor could climb with its hands. And raptors also had...
It's kind of abandoning the idea that these animals had feathers in adulthood, which we now know is true. So, yeah.
A back-grabbing toe behind the main toes, and it could grab bark with that toe too. In other words, what a raptor could do is climb. Now, why is that important? Because birds fly. How did they fly? First, you got to get the bird up in the tree, and to get the bird up in the tree, you've got to have climbing hands.
So this is the trees down hypothesis for the origin of flight, which it's an ongoing debate. Trees down, or from the ground up, or is it wing-assisted incline running, or stability flapping?
And climbing feet, and raptors had those. Once your bird is in the tree, it can begin experimenting. It can put its arms out and try gliding. And once it's gliding, that's a short step to powered flight. It's not hard at all to see how flight in birds evolved from raptors in trees.
And Crimson Carnotaurus says, even before the discovery of dinosaurs like Microraptor and others from China, in some old dinosaur books, they depict Deinonychus with some quills on the head and arms. Yeah, probably in a few places, yeah. There's a few depictions of semi-feathered dinosaurs in older books, like in Dave Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. Ava Mimus is shown with arm feathers in the miscellaneous theropods chapter. There we go. Miscellaneous theropods. There's Ava Mimus right there, with feathers on its arms and on its legs, but then kind of scales on the rest of its body. Not sure what the rationale is. Yeah. It is illustrated with a feather-like covering on its body, particularly along its arms. Although many paleontologists are skeptical about the evidence, Kurzanov believes that the bones of the arms in particular show traces equivalent to the feather attachment areas on wing bones of birds, provoking the idea that maybe several theropods were feathered rather like birds. Kurzanov was correct, and everybody else was wrong. We now know that Ava Mimus would have looked more like this. Yeah, it's a little Oviraptorosaur. Like that. Would have had feathers all over its body. So yeah, Kurzanov was correct back in the 1970s. Yeah. Another early feathered dinosaur illustration was by Bob Bacher, his feathered Syntarsis. There we go. Yeah. I think this was in an article for Scientific American called Dinosaur Renaissance. Yeah. There we go. The first feathered dinosaurs in art. Yeah, here's a whole article about this. There's a William Stout illustration of Syntarsis, kind of riffing on Bacher's reconstruction of this critter. Pretty cool. Give you a link to this as well. Terminator Pig says, if I saw that, I'd call it a bird. Well, if you just call birds dinosaurs, like they are, then you don't have to worry about the distinction. Yeah. Oh no, hang on. Bob Bacher didn't illustrate this. It was drawn by Sarah B. Landry. Oh, I'm glad I know that now. Shoot. Under Bacher's instruction. There we go. 1975, a more famous feathered dinosaur illustration of a much better-known species was provided by Sarah B. Landry, drawn under the direction of Bob Bacher, for a seminal article in Scientific American, The Dinosaur Renaissance. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyhow. But yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, haven't some dinosaurs been found with both feathers and scales on the body? Yeah, like Coolindodromeus that we talked about yesterday. Yeah, this little ornithischian dinosaur. We've got preserved feathery filaments on its torso, and then scales on its tail. Pretty cool. Pretty neat. Here's a link right here. Paste. There you are. Let's flip back. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, previously only carnivorous dinosaurs were known to have had feathers. So this new species indicates that all dinosaurs could have been feathered. It could be that the ancestor of both the Saurischian and Ornithischian dinosaurs, the very first dinosaurs may have been feathered. If you've got feathers on opposite sides of the dinosaur family tree, that implies that feathers are the ancestral condition for dinosaurs. And any dinosaurs that didn't have feathers, that may have been because they specially lost those feathers. Like, that's a special adaptation to ditch the feathers. Feathers might be the default for dinosaurs. When you're doing your... Here's a video game analogy for you, chat. When you're doing your character selection screen or whatever, feathers might be the default state for dinosaurs. It would be a special thing to go, oh, yeah, no feathers. No thanks. Let's get rid of that. That would be like an extra box that you would have to tick. No feathers. You know? Yeah. High Def HD says, ankylosaurs with feathers? We don't have preserved skin from juvenile ankylosaurs yet, nor do we have that, to my knowledge, from baby sauropods. It could be that all baby dinosaurs are born with a down-like coating for insulation. We don't know. We do have preserved skin from ankylosaurs and from sauropods and from big ornithopods, things like hadrosaurs, that don't seem to show any sign of feathers. So we don't think that those animals had feathers in adulthood. But if they're going to have feathers at any stage of life, having soft, down-like, insulatory feathers as hatchlings would make the most sense. Maybe they had that. We don't know. We see that in books like this one. In the Presence of Dinosaurs, written by John Collegrand and illustrated by Larry Felder. Excellent, excellent book. We've got feathers left and right on dinosaurs. Like here, illustration of Parasaurolophus. There's a mother Parasaurolophus feeding her babies. And then close-up on the babies, and they've got a down-like feathery covering to help keep them warm. Small critters need more help in keeping warm than big critters. They've got more surface area as compared to their volume, so just basic mathematics, they cool off faster. The smaller you are, the faster you cool down. That's why, like, if you're ever baking a bunch of individual cupcakes versus a big cake, the cupcakes will cool down a lot faster than the cake will. Because the cupcakes have got much more surface area per volume than the cake does. Does that make sense? So if anybody's going to need help in keeping warm, it's going to be these little guys. So maybe they did have a feathery covering, and maybe they lost that later on in adulthood. There's a feathered dromaeosaur there, but we're looking at their adult hadrosaurs. Yeah, they've got scaly skin as adults in this. So that's something that makes sense to me, but we don't have strong evidence either way at this point. To my knowledge, we don't have preserved fossil skin from baby duck-billed dinosaurs. If we did, maybe it would show evidence of feathering. I don't know. Oh yeah. Anyway. Lovely book. It really holds up. Ahead of its time in a lot of ways. Picturing a fuzzy T-Rex hatching. So juvenile T-Rex almost certainly had feathers, I would think. Special Agent Bob, yeah. Yeah. Here, here we go.
But he's not sharing it.
So, from Prehistoric Planet, baby T-Rex. Oh, fuzzy. Yeah.
But as the evening approaches...
So the adult Tyrannosaurus, when they show close-ups, it does have really, really small filamentous feathers. I don't know if we'll get a close-up here.
Only 4.
But yeah. Juveniles have got feathers?
Giant 2-ton turtles are here to nest. But this is the one that has drawn him here.
Kind of like elephant hair. Yeah, there you go, Claiborne. Yeah. Yeah.
It's dead.
So they, I don't know if they show a close-up, but it's almost got the same, almost like on an elephant. You've got these sparse little hairs where if you look real close, you can see them. But it's mostly just bare skin. And in the same way, you know, baby elephants tend to be much hairier than the adults. You know? Because they need to stay warmer. They're smaller critters. They need more help staying warm. And so having more hair helps with that. It could have been the same with T-Rex and other dinosaurs like this, where when they're babies, they have had those fuzzy hair-like feathers, and then they lose them later on in ontogeny. We know dinosaurs changed a lot as they grew and matured.
Ontogeny.
Maybe, you know, feathers are part of that too. We really don't know. We need more fossils. But,
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And Werewolf Cast says, do elephants gain more hair in colder environments? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I mean, there are elephants that live in zoos in the northern United States, or in Canada, for that matter. I don't think they tend to have more hair. I think it's more of an ontogenetic thing. The babies tend to have more hair than the adults, excuse me. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor of Space, and everybody else. Yeah. And High Def HD says, I don't remember if mammoths or mastodons are more closely related to elephants. Mammoths. Yeah. So mammoths are within that family. So the woolly mammoth and the Asian elephant are more closely related to each other than either one is to the African elephant. Just to give you some perspective. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? Oh, let's get back to this with Bob Bacher and co.
But for Larry Martin, Deinonychus in a tree is a flight of fancy.
This is a hawk, and you can see that its body's actually flattened like this. And if you look here at its feet, you can see that it has these very long recurved claws. And this claw right here, this toe, actually is turned in the opposite direction of the other toes.
Yeah, that's called the hallux. We've got the same thing in Deinonychus, you know, and other theropod dinosaurs. That's the big toe right there. Digit 1 is the hallux.
That's what's really meant by a backward-facing claw. Now, I know that Dr. Bacher has suggested that maybe some dinosaurs are like this, and that maybe even a dinosaur like Deinonychus may have been able to climb trees and perch on limbs. I only want to point out to you that Deinonychus and I are really just about the same size.
I've never met Larry Martin in person, so I don't have a good sense for his body size, but he is definitely more robust than Deinonychus. Probably weighed about 2 or 3 times as much. Deinonychus is not a particularly big dinosaur. Yeah. There you go. It's a pretty svelte critter, too. You know? Some of them probably did get bigger than this, but most of the specimens that we have are around this size, you know? And that's an animal, despite being that big, probably weighed, I don't know, I would guess like probably less than 80 pounds. But yeah, probably less than 40 kilos. Very svelte, very gracile, very lightweight. So yeah.
If you're comfortable with the idea of my climbing a tree and perching on a limb, then perhaps you should believe Dr. Backer.
Yeah, not a great argument, in my opinion. You know? Yeah. And would they slice you open, says Quake Cat? Not with the claws, no. So, animals like Deinonychus, we don't have good evidence that they used their claws for slicing. I know that's an old idea, and it's a really popular one. Like, oh, it's for disemboweling prey. But that's not what modern carnivores use their claws for. It just isn't. Especially not big hook-like claws like that. Yeah. There we go. Take a look at this. That's not true. We've got multiple complete velociraptor skeletons, including, like, from the fighting dinosaurs. Is he gonna... Here. Fighting dinosaurs, velociraptor, and protoceratops. This velociraptor is pretty much as close to 100% complete as you could possibly get. It is crazy complete, to the point where there may have actually been soft tissue here that they may have accidentally dug through. It's very common to do that kind of thing. But you see that hook-like claw in the foot kind of digging into the protoceratops there? Yeah. Wild. And what are they doing with the tail? It's for balance, we think, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, High Def. Yeah. Yeah, this is, it's a really well-known fossil here. Anyway, are they going to mention this?
Here it is.
Here, anyway, as... I guess I can say this at this point. A lot of people have probably put two and two together. When we get other dinosaurs that are preserved like this in 3 dimensions, it's kind of becoming increasingly clear that some of these are burrow collapses. And that very well might be the case here. That somebody wandered into somebody else's burrow, they got into a fight, and then the thing collapsed. Which is how you get this kind of incredible preservation like that. You know? Just astonishing. There will be some papers coming out about this in the nearish future. Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Gross. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, besides that specimen prior to 2005, are other Velociraptor specimens well preserved? Yeah, some of them are incredibly well preserved. There have been some that have been like smuggled out of Mongolia that are basically complete Velociraptor skeletons. Were stolen from that country. And those were known prior to 2005. They haven't been, to my knowledge, they still haven't been scientifically described. I think there are some people like James Napoli who are currently working on redescribing Velociraptor and some of these other dromaeosaurs in detail based on complete specimens. But yeah, there definitely were some other ones that were found, but I don't think any of them have been published yet. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Anyway, let's struggle through this.
Notice I didn't say wing.
It's really, really bad. Ugh. Can't even look at it. But after this program came out, this is what, 2005? It might have been the same year actually, that Velociraptor quill knobs were discovered. ...2007. There we go. Feathered quill knobs in the dinosaur Velociraptor. Alan Turner, Pete Makovicki, Mark Norell. But yeah, that was after this came out. Is that Velociraptor had essentially wings. There we go. It should look like this. And it may have used those wings for stability flapping to stay on top of its prey. Its foot claws sunk into the... Anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good. you know, you're not seeing something real. It's a special effect, you know? If that helps you be movies. The two kinds of movies. Bond movies, shark movies. And sometimes they're the same movie, you know? Wasn't that an interesting point here? Curious how only running on 2 of 3 toes would have affected their balance. So we don't think that dromaeosaurs, that, these guys, what the public often calls raptor dinosaurs, we don't think that they were necessarily the fastest runners. We suspect they're probably more ambush predators because they've got one of those toes lifted up off the ground like that. So that probably would have affected their running ability to a certain extent. They were certainly fast movers, but were they like ostrich fast? Like straight line sprinting for... These are not distance runners, we think. Does that make sense? They're not the most cursorially adapted of theropod dinosaurs. Troodontids were probably faster than these guys. Ornithomimids were almost certainly faster than these guys. So they might be kind of short distance runners, maybe more sprinters.
The answer line.
So I'll give you the link so that you can watch the rest of this. I haven't actually seen it, so I'm not sure what they're going to say, but I can tell you what a growing consensus among theropod workers happens to be. That is that the claws were used basically as hooks. Hook into their prey as they're standing on top of it, just like modern birds of prey use their claws. Golden eagles, other acipterids. Birds of prey use their claws like this. And some of them do have an enlarged digit 2 claw. So like, when you look at a golden eagle, they've got big claws all the way around, but their digit 2 claw, just like the sickle claw, the same claw that's the sickle claw in Velociraptor or Deinonychus or Utahraptor, that's also the biggest one. They've got a hypertrophied digit 2 claw. Biggest one on the front, at least. And so it makes a lot of sense that that's what these guys were doing, is using those hooked claws to hold their prey still.
He called it an iguanodon.
And Terry Russell 84, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I think this makes the most sense. And we've got evidence of that. Yeah. Velociraptors' killer claws help them eat prey alive. I didn't realize this is on NBC News. This is great. There's Nate Carroll's illustrations there. Scientists noticed that modern hawks and eagles possess similar enlarged claws on their second toes, the digit 2s or D2s. These claws are used as anchors, latching onto the prey, preventing their escape, said researcher Denver Fowler, my old crew chief. Paleobiologist at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. We interpret the sickle claw of dromaeosaurs as having evolved to do the same thing, latching in and holding on. This strategy is only really needed for prey that are about the same size as the predator, large enough that they might struggle and escape from the feed, Fowler said. Smaller prey are just squeezed to death, but with large prey, all the predator can do is hold on and stop it from escaping, and then basically just eat it alive. Yeah, here's a link to this, and then this will also take you to the original scientific paper, too. Yeah. Let's see, where is that link? There should be a link here, right? Here we go. The predatory ecology of Deinonychus, and the origin of flapping in birds. There's the reference right there. I think we also have it in a command. And these findings could also shed light on the evolution of flight in birds, the researchers said. And, yeah. Anywho. There you have it. And, I really gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm getting hungry for dinner, too. Despite that video we just watched. I think we're gonna wrap things up here. If that's fine with all of you. Don't go away just yet. We're gonna see if we can rate it to somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. But here are our credits coming up here. Big, big thank you to everybody who's about to be mentioned here. Appreciate you all. And let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch right now. I'll be streaming again tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. We're going to be talking more about the origin of birds, about theropod dinosaur evolution, and we'll look at everybody's bird photos as well. But let's see here. Oh, Rhacodactylus is on right now. Let's go right into Rayco. There we go. Who is a fellow scientist here on Twitch. He's doing some speed running and science tonight. First, the ancient cave, then new scientific thinking about conspiracy belief. Interesting stuff. Well, well, well. Everybody, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for your questions, for your enthusiasm, for your financial support, keeping me here on the air and making these streams possible. Thank you, moderators, for doing what you do. I appreciate all of your hard work and your attention, your thoughtfulness. And Raiders, Rogan, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. We're going to go tune into Rhacodactylus and see what he's up to. And get some expert advice on the origins of conspiracy thinking, like conspiracy theory thinking and stuff like that. He actually studies that as a scientist. And he's got some excellent insights. So I'm excited to take a look at this, and I'll see you there, everybody, and I hope to see you tomorrow for some more paleontologizing as well. You all take care. Thanks again.